Okay, we good now. Yeah, we know we got the fight coming up this weekend, 2 days away from Crawford and Canelo. Fight is definitely around the corner. Everybody getting hyped and excited about it. But one thing I'm noticing, it's getting close to the fight, and nothing different really coming out as far as the conversations. But as far as Canelo's skills, I would say between now and after the score fight, people weren't talking about the skills and stuff like that. I just watched the score fight again recently. Oh, what's up, John? What's going on? That score fight, I just went back and rewatched that again. Yeah. He was talking about injuries. Yeah, I seen some people talking about it, but I ain't really been keeping up with no boxing news. It ain't nothing really new to come out. A couple of weeks before the fight, it just what I'm saying, whatever people want to hear. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I've seen some stuff, but I ain't been watching no boxing news for real. It ain't no reason to. Most of these people didn't even want this fight to happen. Why would I listen to any boxing news right now? Oh yeah, they watch boxing news. Oh, boxers definitely watch boxing news. They just don't watch the news that comes out because they know why it comes out. So if they know why the news comes out, there's no reason to watch it. Yeah, they watch some boxing news, but yeah, boxing news is at an all-time low now. It is. But with this Canelo fight and Crawford, they wait until a couple of weeks before the fight to try to talk about Canelo's skill level. And you try to be respectful as a fan or whatever before the fight, because it's two big opponents that's about to fight each other. But I gotta be real though, because everybody else keep talking about Crawford this, Crawford that. Canelo against Skull, and I'm not saying this because I can prove it right now. I can pull it up. Anybody who disagrees, I'll pull it up right now. Canelo was scared to fight William Skull. Period. Point blank. So I don't know what he's gonna do this weekend. I'm sitting here watching him fight William Skull. I'm like, this man was scared and then engaged with William Skull. It was points in the fight when William Skull was like, okay, I'm just engaged with Canelo. I'm gonna stand right here. And Canelo didn't want to do anything. And as soon as Skull start moving, then he's trying to put in some extra effort. But when Skull was standing there right in front of him, And you gotta think about it. Everybody says Canelo has a granite chin. Well, walk through some punches then. I'm saying Crawford walked through more punches than Canelo, but I'm hearing Canelo has a better chin. I ain't seeing Canelo walk through no punches. I've been looking through a lot of video. People swear he has a great chin. He's not walking through a lot of punches. I can't find no fights. Any fight, anybody tell me right now, I'll pull it up. Where Canelo's walking through any kind of punches. These people tripping before the fight coming up, man. Bro, I'm telling y'all right now, this dude, if Canelo lose this fight, if he lose this fight, everybody guaranteeing Crawford lose. If Canelo lose this fight, I'm gonna tell you right now, while everybody not thinking about it, really, really thinking about it, if he lose this fight and you sitting up here talking about Crawford trash, he ain't gonna never be able to come back from this. I'm telling you that right now. Better be some respect given the next couple of days. If this man go out there and lose this fight, he will never be able to recover. It's a lot of people that's out here guaranteeing this man gonna lose. If he loses this fight, he will not be able to recover. His career will be in shambles. They are not thinking about it because you're not even putting respect on the man's opponent going into the fight. If he loses this fight, it's gonna be a lot of silence across the boxing world, fans included. Okay. I hope you know what you're doing. Y'all putting all y'all eggs in a basket on this guy. Okay. Cause my thing is, why was this not talked about months ago? Why are we waiting till we get this close to sit up here and discuss? Yeah, I just don't understand it. Cause Canelo's skills, I'm trying to figure out what skills he's had the last few fights. John said, "What if Crawford loses? What would it mean for his career?" I mean, everybody's been talking about that. Why would I even need to talk about that? Everybody's been talking about that for the last 2 or 3 years. Right now, Crawford has no credit in the boxing game. John, can you name me anybody out here who's saying Crawford is the greatest of all time right now? Name me one person right now that said Crawford the greatest of all time. But if Canelo beats him, it's gonna be the best win on his resume. So, like I said before, I know everybody going for Canelo and everything else. If he lose this fight, telling you, it's a lot of people that's gonna hate me, and I'm gonna drag it all the way out. I'm gonna drag it out. I'm gonna drag it out. I already see what's going on out here. I'm gonna drag it out. When it comes to this, I ain't gonna do it right now before the fight, but after the fight, I see what time it is. Cause I'm gonna tell you right now, and I wasn't joking when I said the last live I had. Canelo ain't walking out this fight, and people think he gonna uh, jump into another big fight and he gonna be the same type of fighter. Win or lose, watch. That's all I gotta say. Win or lose, watch. Win or lose. That's why I don't care who win or lose. To be honest, win or lose, watch. Ain't no man walked out the ring. I don't care if it's 200 pounds. Nobody finna jump in the ring with Crawford, and you ain't finna be lumped up and not feel it. I, and then I'm watching Ricky Hatton versus, and then people talking about Floyd. I'm watching Ricky Hatton versus Floyd. You don't think Terence Crawford could have handled Ricky Hatton? Really? What is going on out here? People talking about, yeah, Terence Crawford, he ain't on that level. What level is Canelo on? I'm trying to figure out what fight can I pull up right now that'll show me the level that Canelo's on right now. William Skull ain't it. Berlanga McGee ain't it. What fight can I pull up right now where it'd be like, okay, there you are. Now you got Oscar coming out talking about some Crawford will box Canelo's ears off. It's too late, buddy. You already said the fight was trash. It's over with. People trying to backpedal now. I see what's going on. Dudes is Deion Sanders now. There's a lot of Deion Sanders going on in boxing right now. I've been watching boxing a long time. I said before, and I was very young when I said this. I said, why are they putting together Floyd versus Canelo? This guy hasn't done anything. The same people that said, oh, he ready for Floyd. Now these dudes are still talking? Yeah, I didn't forget about that. Get out of here. Talking about some William Skull. William Skull was getting punched by everybody else he jumped in the ring with. I seen Charlo did the same thing against Castano. And Castano was bap, moving around the ring. Man, people don't know what they see. They trying to sit up here and talk themselves into something. And I'm trying to figure out what everybody talking about. I'm like, are we talking about the fights or are we talking about something you want to see? What fight have Canelo done what you talking about? 60-something fights? When has he done anything that these dudes is talking about out here? People talking about the power of win. He got just as much power as Floyd Mayweather. The power win. I seen Floyd go toe to toe with Canelo. And Canelo wasn't walking through no Floyd punches. So the chin he got, it ain't all that. I give credit when credit is due, but he wasn't walking through no Floyd punches. This man had a chance to fight Floyd Mayweather. Then they told him wait. Then the man had years to prepare. And ain't walked through no punches. And we talking about a chin. What chin? He ain't walking through nothing. I seen Crawford walk through more punches. People thought he ain't got no defense. Then Triple G get his head snapped around. Everybody like, man, Triple G got a chin. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. The narratives don't work. Watch. We'll see. I know what it is. I ain't tripping. Just realize. Just realize. You're putting all your eggs in the basket for a guy who done already waved the white flag a couple of times. Just remember that. Then dudes out here guaranteeing knockouts. What? Guaranteeing a knockout? This dude guaranteeing a knockout? Then he openly admits to me, oh, this is my toughest fight. It's my hardest fight. Guarantee a knockout. Oh, okay. Can't get more disrespectful than that. Oh, we guaranteeing knockouts now. Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you right now. The credit is not being given, so I see what time it is. I'm telling you right now, he go out here and beat the brakes off Canelo. Don't want to hear it. Because I already see what's bound to happen. I don't see nobody on Canelo's resume that's got him ready for anybody lately. If it wasn't for Charlo being on the resume, you wouldn't even have. He wouldn't even have nothing close to a threat on here yet, to be honest with you. Man, come on, man. Yeah, I can see the writing on the wall. I can definitely see the writing on the wall. Ain't nobody prepared this man for Terence Crawford. Fighting Billy Joe, Charlo, none of those guys are gonna do that. Telling you right now, people marking their territory on this one. Do what you gotta do. It ain't that serious, but people trying to make it serious where it's like, bro, it's just a fight. But then people are, oh, Crawford, this and this and this. I'm like, bro, what? What are you talking about? A man who never lost? Now all of a sudden, when it comes to guys like Deontay Wilder, all these fools out here, first thing they say is, oh, you need skills. Oh, I want to see a guy that can box and has power. These guys are liars. Some of the biggest liars ever. Fans these days in boxing are liars. They say they want skills, they get skills. Then they say, oh, we need power. Because Floyd has skills, but he didn't have the power like that. Right? Terence Crawford got both. Oh, no, we don't want that. We don't believe in that. Oh, he didn't get a knockout his last fight, so that doesn't matter. Canelo ain't get a knockout either. His last few fights. But people believe in his power though. So, oh, I ain't trying to hear that. You believe. Ain't no what than Canelo did. He didn't did nothing. He ain't did nothing with his power. You believe though. That's my whole point. These dudes believe, and there ain't no evidence that Canelo got power like that. No evidence at all. It's evidence that Terence Crawford got power, more power than Floyd and Bivol and all these guys. But yeah, because he didn't stop guys who ain't never been stopped before. Yeah, that's been going on. Last time I checked, Kovalev had already been stopped by the time Canelo got to him. So not really a big deal. If Andre Ward stopped him, yeah, he was already done. Andre Ward wasn't even going for the KO and got it or the stoppage. Oh yeah, it's already built in, but they're not gonna be able to walk around it though, cause they're talking about all this power and stuff like that. They're just building a narrative around. Oh well, this fight gotta rely on power. Nah, this relies on skill. Go out there and win some rounds. The same way he won rounds against Cotto and um, Chavez, everybody else. Yeah, Canelo lucky I ain't talking about how Chavez looked recently. Like you fought that guy. I'm being realistic. This man got Chavez on his resume. He'll be all right. But yeah, people is getting so territorial about this Crawford fight that it's funny. It's hilarious to me. It's absolutely hilarious. People didn't do this about when Skull was fighting them. They didn't do this when Berlanga was up to fight him. People was building up Berlanga and Munguia was getting. It was a lot of people talking about he had a chance. After their recent performances, they were given a chance. Yeah, there's gonna be a change right here. I know everybody don't agree with it. It is what it is. I'm gonna talk my shit Saturday. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be talking so much trash because I want to. Win or lose, it don't even matter. Old boy getting folded up, regardless. Regardless, he getting folded up. After this, he gonna be taking exhibitions like he was gonna do. That's a fact. Terence Crawford takes some damage in this fight. He can bounce back if he want to. Canelo takes some damage in this fight. It's over. Forget a win or lose. He better stay safe. I don't know what everybody talking about out here about size and power. He better stay safe out here. If you can walk down Floyd and walk through his punches, you better stay safe. I don't care if you 175. Yeah, none of that matters. Why everybody out here putting out these fantasies? Because he still ain't showed me nothing that's gonna tell me he finna go out there and walk through Terence Crawford punches. The man had opportunities to walk through William Skull punches. Then you got people out here talking about some he can't cut out the ring. I wouldn't even mention that because like where's the skill level at? We relying on power? Man, it's gonna be a hard fight for this dude. All that first round knockout stuff, it's gonna be a hard fight for him. End of story. Everything people talking about this fight's not gonna be tough. People are gonna be surprised. And I'm gonna be honest with you too when I say this. This kind of shows that um what do I say? Like I said before, like the win that Terence Crawford had over Earl Spence, it's not looked at as a big win for some reason. I heard Coppinger say that Earl Spence was damaged goods. He said Earl Spence is damaged goods. That's funny. Damaged goods. But mind you, Canelo stopped Liam Smith in what? Same round Earl Spence got stopped in? And Liam Smith out here still fighting. Almost 10 years later. And they told us, so one lost to Earl Spence, you damaged goods. But he out here, Earl Spence destroyed Ugas. And that was an off night. It ain't no Earl Spence's on this dude Canelo's resume. Let's keep it real. I don't care what nobody talking about. It ain't no killers on this dude's resume. I seen Triple G struggle with guys. While people say Triple G, he struggled with Durbin Chingo. Really? So yeah, at this point right now, toughest thing on his resume is a Terence Crawford. It's not a Munguia. If it is Munguia, go fight him 2 more times. If Munguia is a tough fight for Canelo, he needs to go fight him 2 more times and fight Berlanga 2 more times. If those are two tough fights, fight those guys 2 more times and fight Charlo 2 more times. Turn it to a trilogy. Are those on the Terence Crawford level? Absolutely not. What's up, Joseph Vela? What's going on? You said the judge. I don't know. You said the judge might score the draw. I don't know, man. It could be. I just know at the end of this fight, Canelo ain't going. He's not gonna be the same type of fighter. I'm just gonna be real with you. He don't got no guys on his resume that's making sure that he feel it by the time he get out the ring. I seen these other guys get in the ring with him and pity pat. Show him respect and everything else. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Even William Score was giving him a hard time. One judge had it 115, 113 for in the Canelo and Skull fight. No, I'm not worried about a judge, man. Canelo, when he leave this fight, he gonna know he was in a fight. I'm gonna just be honest with you. When Terence Crawford fight guys, they leave the ring looking like this. Where is it at? See if I can find it if I ain't get rid of it. Yeah, when he get guys out the ring, they go from looking like this to looking like this. People said this was a close fight for Terence Crawford. Having the guy go from this to this is a close fight for Terence Crawford. So I'm not really worried about the judges. The fans said that this was a close fight. If a guy looked like this against Terence Crawford, he has to be the winner. Canelo might leave out of here looking like this, and everybody be like, yeah. So, you know, we got to be careful out here. Because it's a story about him that y'all going to hear after this fight with Canelo that people ain't looking into right now, but they'll find out soon. It's a reason why we ain't seen him back in the ring in a minute. People still ain't realized why he back in it. Why he not back in the ring? They think it's because of the Virgil Ortiz fight, but like I said before, get in the ring with Terence Crawford. You gonna know you was in a fight when you got in the ring. Everybody who gets in the ring with Terence Crawford knows they've been in a fight when they get in the ring with him. They don't matter who you are. They talk about the size and everything else. I just seen Munguia and Berlanga get touched up by 160s recently. Ain't nobody say size played a part when Munguia and Berlanga just got knocked out by two 160 pounders at 168. Nobody. They didn't say size matters. So the size stuff, I don't know where that argument. So how did Munguia and Berlanga get knocked out by 160s if size matters? He said a Mayweather punches like a pillow. Why did Canelo granted chin hesitate rushing in on? Exactly. He walked through no punches. He walked through no punches. For some reason, Canelo's chin, yeah, he has a good chin, but they talking about it like it's a weapon. Like he's just, yeah, like he's just walking through guys or something. Come on, man. That didn't happen. I seen the man every time he got in front of somebody with more power, he was moving. Every time Canelo gets in the ring with somebody with more power, he's moving. Just like how Floyd and everybody else move around, he was moving. Against Golovkin, against Danny Jacobs, against Mosley, he was moving. Every time he get in the ring with somebody with similar or more power, he's moving. So he just stands there. He don't stand there like that. If Crawford shows that he got more power, he gonna be moving too. Canelo, I haven't heard Canelo say he just gonna walk down Crawford and see who gonna stand there. I heard Terence Crawford say he gonna stand there. I ain't hear Canelo say, yeah, I'm gonna walk him down. I heard him recently say he gonna get the knockout. I ain't hear him say he was gonna walk Terence Crawford down though. That's kind of the whole point. Canelo brought up the point about he doesn't move anymore. He said that like last year. Ever since then, he ain't said nothing about Terence Crawford moving or. Oh yeah, I think the one time he did when Crawford said he gonna run upside his head. But yeah, I heard people talking about Floyd's and I'm a guy, I've been watching Floyd since day one. So I'm a pretty good guy of talking about this. But I heard people talking about Floyd's defense and Terence Crawford, his defense just ain't like Floyd. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like Floyd has a different kind of defense. Terence Crawford is not Floyd. But my thing is, what kind of defense is everybody talking about though? And let me pull up this screen real quick. Let me see. See if it works. But I want everybody to look at this real quick. Does everybody see this? Now look at the trouble that Floyd's running into in this fight. Come on, man. Now obviously he just got caught off balance. But have you seen Terence Crawford in any kind of fight like this? Come on, man. Like let's be real. They acting like Majramov was fighting Terence Crawford like this. Was Majramov fighting Terence Crawford like this? I think people don't even realize that one thing I pointed out when Terence Crawford was fighting Majramov that he wasn't even clinching. He wasn't even clinching against Majramov. It's clinching going all through this fight. Now Terence Crawford go out here and clinch, everybody gonna be like, man, he just holding the whole time. Man, stop it with all this defense stuff. That your defense gotta be superb. His defense is superb. Man, let me tell you, these dudes that like Floyd, if somebody fight just like this right now, they ain't gonna like it. They gonna say the dude trash. If Terence Crawford go out here and box like this right now against Canelo, they gonna say, oh, he trash, man. Trust me. I watched Floyd. Floyd is a problem. But people try to make it seem like it's impossible to do anything that he did. Like, oh, it's impossible. You just can't. His defense is. Anybody can get touched up. It's boxing. Y'all ain't seen Terence Crawford getting touched up like this. I seen Terence. People so picky that these days, they're like, I seen Terence Crawford slip one time. Yeah, come on, man. You ain't seen Terence Crawford in no wars like that. None. Joseph Bailey said the media is asking Bud questions with a negative light. They treat Canelo like he's unbeatable. That's why I'm sitting up here trying to explain to everybody, like, bro, what do they have going on right now as far as the conversation around this fight? They talking about Canelo like, bro, I watched Floyd his whole career. I ain't never went into no fight talking about Floyd the way these dudes talking about Canelo right now. They talking about Canelo like he Floyd. They talking about Canelo like he's the guy that he lost to. We should be talking to Vivel or somebody like this. Not him. He unbeatable? Nah. He's definitely beatable. That's why the fight's happening. To carry the narrative like Canelo is unbeatable, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful to him, to be honest with you. Because why take the fight then? Canelo's fans is taking credit away from him, so it is what it is. I'm not tripping. He win the fight. What you gonna say? Oh, he just beat the greatest fighter of all time. So somebody got to be the greatest after they lose. Trash boxing fans. I noticed how everybody ain't say Charlo was great until he lost to Canelo. So I'm not surprised. I know what the move is. Step back three. I done seen it before. You said he been wobbling before. Who you talking about? Canelo, Crawford. I seen both of them wobble both times. You know it happens in boxing. It happens. We talking about two guys who both have great chins. So that's not really gonna be a factor. As far as the strategy and everything else, that's all that matters. I would have liked to see more people talk about Canelo's recent performances, but all I'm hearing is what somebody want to happen. I'm like, okay, that's that's good, great. I haven't heard anybody say anything about Canelo's recent performances and how that's gonna translate to what's this Terence Crawford fight. So Canelo gonna go back to the Golovkin days to pull off a gladiator performance, or people just saying Terence Crawford just so small he ain't got no chin. I don't remember all this talk going into the Charlo fight. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When I was going into the Charlo fight, I didn't hear a lot of people say. I heard people say that he possibly would get dropped or whatever, stop, but I didn't hear the emphasis on knockout the way I am now. That's why I'm kind of like caught off guard a little bit. I didn't hear the emphasis on knockout because I went from saying I was like, okay, Charlo could possibly do this, and then the week of the fight, I was like, nah, he too nice. He gonna try to survive, and that's what happened. But I didn't hear too much of this going into the fight. Like to have a number one pound for pound guy just get dismissed like that. I have never seen that before. I've never seen it before. Yeah, that catches me off guard. But I'm definitely not surprised though. Boxing is gonna get a huge surprise because a lot of stuff I'm hearing is low key excuses. Like oh, Canelo got to get motivated for this fight. He wasn't motivated for the skull fight. That's not good. That's definitely not good. You usually don't got to say that about the greats. They wasn't motivated for a fight. I don't know, man. Dude made like the most money in his career and wasn't motivated for a fight. Then had some excuses recently about time. I'm just telling you, man. People don't know it or not, but it's always a reason why somebody can't get a knockout. It's either somebody was running. Everybody don't get a chance to use those excuses. But yeah, I don't think everybody know what they're looking at, man, when it comes to this boxing, though. For a guy like Terence Crawford's skills to be overlooked this way, yeah, it's crazy. Because I'm hearing other people's skills as far as like my thing is this. When people look at Pacquiao, he's a smaller guy who moved up. His skills was never questioned. When he was stopping guys, it was no question whether, oh, okay, he can compete. So all this size stuff everybody talking about, man, that's cap, man. That's cap. They making it a big deal because they want it to be a big deal. They ain't say nothing about Usyk having size issues. Well, they did at first, but after he fought Joshua, all that changed. But in most cases, though, they expect guys to move up and be able to handle the size. To say a guy, oh, he can't handle the size, nah. You can't find nobody saying that Amir Khan and Kell Brook wasn't gonna be able to handle the size against Triple G and Canelo. You can't find nobody saying that. So this right here, what I'm seeing is new. Yeah, this is new. What I'm saying, but it's gonna look crazy if this dude go in here and get picked apart by a guy who's considered smaller. Now, what if he goes out there and get bullied and beat down by a guy who's smaller? Because Canelo's not gonna go out there and try to outpunch him. So he already knows he's focused on power. Everybody knows Canelo looking for a big shot. So yeah, his game plan is he's really hurt himself going into this fight. You're relying on power, you're relying on a knockout. You ain't talking about you about to go outbox this guy. So really, if it goes 12, in my eyes, it's a hard chance of him actually winning the fight. Most great boxers say, man, I'm just gonna win the fight. However it gotta go. Then Reynoso and Canelo come out yesterday. Yeah, it's gonna be a knockout. Okay. So that's how you gotta win. All right. I agree. He said, but lose. It seemed with some of his own kind of people. If Bud wins, he owns something. If Bud loses, it's I told you so. Or laughter. Yeah, that's a fact. But that's ain't nothing wrong with that. If Crawford go out there win or lose, it don't matter because we've already realized now that a lot of these guys ain't trying to do what he's doing anyways. You have plenty of guys with opportunities that said they ain't have the chance to fight big time guys all across boxing, from the smaller weights to the big weights. They had a chance to step up and fight certain fights, and these promoters and them ain't ready. So ain't nobody trying to replace Terence Crawford anyways. If they want to be the next Terence Crawford or feel like they're better, or ain't nobody trying to replace him anyway. So it is what it is. It sounds good, but when it's time to start fighting everybody ain't ready to fight everybody. We see that already. So boxing is gonna look at the end of the day, Canelo's finna fight Jake Paul and nobody cared anyways. So if Terence Crawford go out there and lose, as a Terence Crawford fan, I'm not really gonna be upset. Because I know in my heart that Canelo was about to fight Jake Paul and nobody cared. Just simple as that. So the people who will be laughing will be the same people who knew that Canelo was about to fight Jake Paul, and they wasn't gonna say nothing about it. They was gonna sit down and they was gonna watch it, and they was gonna be a good boy. He said Triple G had no special effects. He has a jab, followed by power. Yeah, but Triple G is a very good boxer. Though he's seen it all. Yeah, no special effects, but he's seen it all, and he's very smart. He wouldn't try to go out there and just knock out everybody. Yeah, I would say Triple G's probably a smarter fighter than Canelo. A lot of people feel like Triple G just got caught at an older age at the wrong time. I don't know. But as far as the first fight they fought in, I don't know. Canelo got a lot of fights that people really ain't paying attention, man. They really not watching the fights. And that scares me about boxing, to be honest with you. It's a lot of fights where this dude is just doing certain things and people just looking past it. Moving around a lot in the fight with Triple G. Moving around a lot. It probably could have been a knockdown in that trilogy. Man was moving around a lot in that trilogy. I know Triple G wasn't moving. Man, he was doing a lot of moving. He got a pass for that. He was doing a lot of moving. That's when boxing started going down the drain right there. Jake Paul got created like a gremlin that night. Still ain't no moving around. Then you do the same thing William Skull did, then you complain, oh, he's moving around. You are too. I seen multiple fights this guy was moving around. I'm like, people giving Canelo credit for this? Okay. See, I have no problem with him complaining about the moving around. It's just too many fights where he's actually been doing it. Danny Jacobs fight. I'm like, bro, this dude's moving around a lot. So every time he's got in front of a power puncher, Canelo's been like Mr. Miyagi. He's trying to get out the way. He's not trying to go toe to toe. So yeah, him being powerful against a smaller guy, that's a pathetic narrative. It really is. It's like trying to bully. Come on, man. Well, let's be honest. Anybody can bully a smaller fighter. He's a smaller fighter. What about the skills, though? Can you go out there and outskill a smaller guy? He said, I have Canelo beating Bud. I can't see him stand behind a jab, back footing all night. He said, if you were the fighter going to the biggest fight of your life, what trainer you want, Eddie Reynoso or Bomac? Oh, Bomac all day. Eddie Reynoso is, he's horrible. Oscar Valdez looks bad right now. And the last fight he had with him, Julio Cesar Martinez looks horrible right now. The last fight he just had. I think I still got that video up. Did you see what Martinez just did recently? I don't want to say too much on here because I ain't trying to, do the most, but Canelo's in a bad spot, bro. I'm just telling y'all. Just telling you. If I was a promoter for Canelo, I would just say it's a lot of people putting their eggs in the basket to say that, okay, that Charlo fight, it really got Canelo ready for this Crawford fight. And I just don't know. I just don't know about that. This ain't no Charlo. If people would have done the right thing and put Charlo in the ring before that, you would have a better idea, but this ain't Charlo though. Terence Crawford is definitely not Jamel Charlo. Not saying Charlo is a bad fighter, he's still undisputed. But just a different level. I would just say that. Different level. Terence Crawford don't got no rematches on his resume. People said Majamal was a close fight. Okay. Terence Crawford said he ain't got no close fights on his resume. Everybody said Majamal was a close fight. So the closest fight he had, the guy looked like this at the end. It's not bad. It's not bad. If this is considered a close fight or a loss in some people's eyes, it's not bad. But I'll just say this though. With Canelo recently, I seen him get cracked by William Skull and he didn't want to go forward. I seen him get cracked by William Skull recently. Boom. And he was like, nah, I'm not finna try to cut off the ring. He said Bud is going to endure pain. Um, Bro, if you look at the last fight, people think that Canelo lost to William Skull. I don't think a guy that people uh I wouldn't be confident in a guy who people feel like lost to William Skull. I just wouldn't. Just me personally. That's why I know that a lot of people are overdoing it right now. Because if Terence Crawford went out there and fought William Skull the way that Canelo did, people will say Terence Crawford's a bum. Point blank, period. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts about it, or what about no. If he went out there and fought William Skull the same way Canelo did, people will say he's not finna do anything against in his next fight. He has no power. He's trash. He has no legs. He can't move. So, when somebody got to say, oh, you got power. Every boxer has power. They're a boxer. What else does he got? You said Skull ran? You said Skull ran? I'm glad you said that, dog. He said William Skull ran. You think William Skull ran? Where we at? Where we at? I don't think William Skull ran. I think I have proof that William Skull didn't run. And this is, yeah, William Skull definitely didn't run against Canelo. Run. Look at this right here. Anybody let me know if Skull running right here? Hey, watch this. Boom. Hey, y'all saw that? Let me play that back. Boom. 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 And look, where he running at? Where he running? Where he running to? Yeah, he ain't trying to. Oh, yeah, okay. Now I can pull up Canelo moving the same way now. Oh, you didn't see it? Dang. Hold on, they tripping out here. Hold on, y'all see it now? Let's see. Boom. Tagged him. I don't know if everybody's seen that. But Canelo's been tagged by William Skull, man. He was getting rocked with the right hand the entire time. Now that fight happened in what, May? Ain't nobody talked about that fight. All they say is what Skull did. But I'm glad Skull actually moved like that because people said Charlo was running. And I said, nah, he wasn't running. Just wasn't fighting like he was supposed to. He wasn't running though. But then William Skull came and he actually was moving around a lot. So I'm glad he did that because he showed people the difference between what Charlo was doing and what he was doing. They said Charlo was running. That was the excuse of why Canelo ain't get no knockout. Charlo and William Skull did not do the same thing. That's why people going into this fight, they're gonna have a hard time scoring. Charlo was standing there in front of Canelo. Talking about he was running. Man, please. Charlo was barely even sweating in that fight. Yeah, he was running. We gonna see though. We'll see. I'm gonna tell you right now. We are going to see this weekend. We are going to see. Because Canelo's his power, he's never been a power puncher to me. And for him to be looked at as a power puncher is bad news, especially going to a fight like this. This is the guy who can outbox you. Ain't nobody in boxing outboxing more people than Terence Crawford. So to go into this fight thinking that, oh, we just gonna rely on power for Canelo, he gonna go out here and get embarrassed. I'm telling you that now. Yeah, he hasn't been fighting. I don't even think he's fought a Majamov recently on his resume. Closest person is like Charlo. Charlo was a 54. I don't know if everybody knows that. He was a 54 that went the distance with Canelo. A 54. Just would like to let everybody know that. 2 losses, 1 draw, 12 rounds. 54. And he was out like a year and a half before he fought Canelo. So he was out even longer than what Terence Crawford's going to be out. It was like 16 months before he fought Canelo. And I'm going to tell you the crazier part. The man only had what? 1, 2, 3. He only had 3 fights in 3 years before he even fought Canelo. So everybody like, yeah, Crawford, he ain't been fighting that much. Man, Charles ain't been fighting that much either. 1, 2, 3 fights before he fought Canelo. And that's it. And he had 16 months off. And still did what he did in that fight. And Castano, if that gets you ready for Canelo, yeah. I think Terence Crawford's good. Ryan Castano got Charlo ready for Canelo, yeah. I think Crawford gonna be okay. I think he's good. What's up, J Man? What's up, dog? Cause I told everybody, I was like, Charlo coming to survive. He gonna fight now. He ain't getting knocked out. Now he has a chin. I would say Charlo has a better chin than Canelo. Yeah, I haven't seen Charlo get rocked like how I've seen Canelo get rocked. And I've seen Charlo walk through some punches to get a knockout. Yeah, Canelo on his resume, bro. We're gonna really go through the resume if we want to talk now. People be wanting to talk about Canelo's resume. I really know about Canelo's resume and him just from people talking trash. Just so I can respond to people who talk trash. Canelo has no evidence of ever walking through a power puncher ever on his resume. So while Floyd didn't walk through more power punchers than Canelo has. Facts. He's walked through more power punches than Canelo. Every time Canelo get in front of a power puncher, he get on the bike. Jacobs, Golovkin, you can name them. He get up out of there. Even where Berlanga started throwing a lot of them punches. Berlanga walked him down the last round. I don't know if everybody know it or not. Berlanga he was walking Canelo down that last round. The last round, he was walking Canelo, walked him down. That's why he was throwing punches at the last second. I was like, oh, okay. Canelo going to war with the dude. Yeah, he wasn't walking through those. So yeah, the chin and everything, it's cool, but when you see Terence Crawford getting hit by punches, that meant he's not caring. And even Sean Porter just said recently on the Porterway podcast that Terence Crawford told him recently that when he was fighting Madrimov, like I told people recently, he didn't care about his defense or blocking the punches. He said, I did not care about getting hit. Amir Khan just said recently the man is not easy to hit. Canelo is, but Canelo not just finna go out here and just land a big shot on Terence Crawford. Even Amir Khan knows this. He's been in the ring with both guys, and he's telling everybody, no, Terence Crawford, his defense is some of the best. Like, you're not just gonna hit him. And this is a guy that fought both of the guys, but people just looking past like, oh well, the power. If that's all Canelo got, okay then. We didn't even see Thor get beat up in the Avengers with just some power. So if that's all he coming with, then all right, good luck. We talking about Captain America, and these dudes talking about a guy who just coming with one move. That's crazy. Ain't nobody ever watched Captain Planet and said, you know what? I think old boy with the rocks gonna beat everybody. Man, we waiting on Captain Planet. We are not waiting on somebody with just some rocks. And I'm gonna tell you what's catching up to a lot of guys in Riyadh season. A lot of things that's catching up to a lot of guys are they are not fighting people and getting better. Canelo did nothing in that William Skull fight to try to get better. No matter what anybody says. I seen Kovalev recently fighting some guy who got a lot of power in Riyadh season. He wasn't doing what Canelo was doing. And we know how many miles he got. And he was out for a minute. But Canelo, he acting like he performing like Kovalev though. Almost without the knockdown that Kovalev had. Now you got people bringing up age and stuff. This man is getting older. They know it. He's not moving like he used to. I don't think the fights he's taking has made him better. Around this age, when Floyd was fighting, or even Oscar De La Hoya, they was taking real fights. Oscar De La Hoya was fighting Pacquiao around this time when Pacquiao was getting dudes up out of there. And you can't chase down William Skull? Man, look, I'm going to tell y'all to be honest with you. If this was back in the day when Pacquiao was fighting, around the time where he was getting dudes up out of there, he would have stopped Canelo. I don't care if Canelo was 68, 75. Pacquiao was ending dudes' careers around that time. The pity pat stuff that's going on right now, he would have stopped Skull, Canelo, all those guys. Why everybody want to talk about, man, Crawford ain't Floyd. Canelo ain't Pacquiao. He ain't running around just destroying dudes. Man, look, Pacquiao ended dudes' careers back then. Canelo ain't doing that. He getting dudes paydays, making them fat. He ain't breaking no bones, but he getting them fat though. He'll end the career by getting you fat, but breaking bones, that ain't going on. But yeah, the kind of boxing he doing right now, then people talking about he not even motivated. Oh, nah, he don't need to be jumping in the ring with Terence Crawford then. Everybody that fought Terence Crawford letting you know that right now. If you're not motivated, you don't need to be jumping in the ring with that guy. This ain't no sparring partner. This ain't no just a regular fight with Berlanga or somebody who ain't never been champion. Nah, this ain't one of those fights. I'm telling y'all. I don't know if I can pull it up, so I'm gonna just pull it up later on. I can't pull it up right now. I don't know how to do the screen share on here. I don't know if everybody can see the screen before, but I'm gonna show it later on. I want everybody to go look. I seen it recently because I gotta see for myself. The dude, what's his name, Majramal, when he said recently, "Oh, I had a shoulder injury and a knee injury against Virgil Ortiz." I'm like, I didn't really see it, so I went back and looked at the fight. Beginning of that fight, first round, I want everybody to look at his legs and the way he's holding his arms compared to the Crawford fight and that fight. That dude was beat up by the time that fight started. Even me, as a guy who's been following Crawford for a very long time, I'm telling you right now, this dude is out here beating guys up to the point where they are unable to bounce back immediately. Yeah, Canelo has knocked guys out and everything else. He's never stopped guys from just moving and boxing to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I ain't the same. He's taking guys' confidence away. But I've looked, as far as just ending it off of physical damage, it's only one or two here or there probably. But all of those have some kind of weird scenario around it. But Terence Crawford is out here ending guys. It's so bad to the point where if Canelo gets in the ring with Crawford and if he have a fight immediately after this fight, that means he gonna be one of the first guys that's done that in a long time. Like usually when a guy fights Terence Crawford, they're retiring or taking time off. And this is not because of just a payday. So yeah, people gotta understand what's really going on out here. I know one thing, Terence Crawford wouldn't have wasted time with William Skull. I heard a good scenario somebody said. Somebody said, hey, y'all should have put William Skull and Terence Crawford in the ring together. I was like, oh, that's an excellent idea. That would have been an excellent idea. And we already know how William Skull would have looked. He wouldn't have looked the same way he did then. You ain't never heard Terence Crawford lose no fight to him. Yeah, that dude was moving. Never. No, I don't know if Charlo was prepared because he wasn't even supposed to be the one. When I really look at it, I don't even know if he was prepared mentally because he wasn't even supposed to be the one that was fighting Canelo. It was supposed to be his brother, anyways. So he wasn't even really probably mentally prepared, anyways. If I want to keep it a buck right now, I don't think he was really even mentally prepared to fight a Canelo. What he found out what that spring or something like that? Probably. Probably even later than that. So yeah, it probably look different. He didn't do as bad as we've seen other guys. He ain't get stopped. He did a couple of things in there, but wasn't active like that though. Out 16 months? It's hard to beat Canelo. You out 16 months, bro. 16 months a long time. Yeah, Crawford, he gonna be out what 13. That's a while too. That's not a short amount of time, especially at his age. But yeah, they overdoing it right now with the whole Canelo talk because yeah, everybody know who Canelo is, but still, him relying on power right now in his career, that ain't good, man. It's not good at all. Because I'm gonna say this right now. If it's gonna be any clinching going on, it's gonna be Canelo. While everybody talking about Tom and Jerry, what if Canelo start clinching all fight? Then what people gonna say then? Is he gonna get credit for that? Because the average fighter is not gonna get credit for excessive holding in a fight. So I can almost guarantee that Canelo gonna do more holding than Terence Crawford is. Terence Crawford don't hold no fight. He a wrestler and he don't hold. You'll know if he held. It would have been a highlight already of him tossing somebody. He said, "Nah, yeah, they had Canelo 165 fight night and Floyd was 147. Yeah, he was a 168 man back then when he fought Floyd. They don't even want to acknowledge that, man. When you talk about Canelo, it's not really a real conversation around. People don't want to speak behind the facts. Everything got to be something that's made up or haven't happened yet. All the stuff that did happen, ain't nobody trying to talk about that. Yeah, everything that has happened to Canelo, they don't care about it. That's why he in a tough spot right now. That's why he's definitely in a tough spot. You usually got to give your opponent some credit going into the fight, but to not get much credit, I don't know. Like you said, he said Crawford fought nobody, and people just overlooked that. He said he fought nobody. Then you had Mike Coppinger come out talking about some Earl Spencer's damaged goods. Damaged goods. I haven't heard you use that word a lot. Is Berlanga damaged goods? Is Munguia damaged goods? Is John Ryder damaged goods? Is Caleb Plant damaged goods? Is Billy Joe damaged goods? I haven't heard that guy use that a lot. Is Chavez Jr. in damaged goods? Haven't heard that guy use that. Canelo got a lot of as far as if Earl Smith is the standard, Canelo got a lot of guys that could be damaged goods. If that's the case, can't believe he said that yesterday. I'm like, what? It's fight week, and this dude up here talking about Earl Spence being damaged goods. I'm like, wow. One of the only fighters to actually fight Crawford the way he did, but I'm gonna tell you right now, while everybody talking, it is no guarantee that Canelo can go out here and fight as aggressive as Earl Spence did against Terence Crawford. I don't care what nobody say. It is no guarantee Canelo gonna fight aggressive like Earl Spence did. If he doesn't do that, that is gonna be such a black eye on him. Because people making it seem like he's just colossal now. If this man does not go out here and fight as aggressive as Earl Spence, and he gets a decision, oh, we got some issues. It's gonna be a lot of backlash. And this is on Netflix. While everybody, I understand people talking about judges and everything. This is on Netflix. So if Netflix wants people to tune in the future, they might want to make sure that, they have that decision in the right spot. This ain't no little crowd where you got a couple of people just streaming the fight and they can care less. If you're gonna have a platform for boxing that's going to be successful, where people are going to want to tune in during the football and basketball season in America, make sure you get that decision right. That's all I'm gonna say as far as that. I'm not too worried about it. Not too worried about it. Just make sure you get that decision right. If you want to have a successful platform in the future, they go out here and throw any kind of decision out. See how long you have a boxing platform. Play if you want to. And I'm being real about that. I'm being real. Throw a crazy decision out there and see how long your platform survives. Because everybody got something to say about the whole judging and everything else, and I understand that, but that's the problem with boxing. When you got bad judging, that's normal. You can't have a sport like that. And then another thing too, I never really picked against Canelo in any fight. I had to think back. I said, man, when have I picked against Canelo? I thought I gave Munguia a chance, and that fight was pretty close. But I don't think I ever picked against Canelo in a fight. Had to go back and think about it. I'm like, have I ever? And let me tell you something. This is how weak some of these fans are. I just gotta be real, bro. This is why people want Canelo to lose bad, including me. I'm not gonna look at Canelo different. I still think he a beast for even taking the fight with Terence Crawford. But for what I'm seeing on during all this, I don't even know if I should even say it. Because what I'm seeing right now is just crazy, man. Because the way this man is getting pushed right now, it's crazy. I don't understand it. And I'm saying I know he's a legend in boxing, but the way he's getting pushed is unbeatable. And then Terence Crawford just second hand, it doesn't work for me. If this man don't win this fight, I'm telling you, boxing's going in a different direction. All this stuff people been doing for the last few years, it's about to get swept out of the way, man. Like the judging and everything else, let that judging go bad if you want to. Boxing going in a whole nother direction. The thing about boxing fans now, you're giving them options. You got the Dana White platform coming out next year. That's kind of part of this what's going on right now. So people can continue to watch boxing, or they can be like, hey, you know what? But as far as Canelo, man, he hasn't really had any power punches that he's really faced and outdone in boxing, man. That's just something I don't understand as far as with boxing. Then you look at Terence Crawford's resume. This dude has beat up everybody. Then the guys who's went the distance, they not even looking the same when they get in the ring at all. This guy Postal got like 5 losses and been stopped twice since he fought Terence Crawford. Ukrainian fighter. Still, he went the distance with a couple of guys, but not the same type of fighter, man. I haven't seen no guys Canelo jump in the ring with, and I'm just like, yeah, he destroyed that guy. He ain't the same no more. I don't even know if Berlanga was ever on that level. Walked down Canelo last round, so it wasn't like he was just not the same fighter going to Shiraz fight. Definitely not. Munguia either. So I'm trying to see somebody who's close to a Terence Crawford on Canelo's resume. And the only person you can compare him with is a Floyd. Just gonna keep it real. Don't nobody else want to keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. Only person you can compare Terence Crawford to is Floyd Mayweather. That's it. I'll do that for everybody who has a problem. Only person you can compare Terence Crawford to is Floyd Mayweather. If Canelo win this fight, they're gonna say, "Oh well, he's improved since the Floyd fight, and this proves it right here." The only person they're not gonna compare him to Floyd now, but if Canelo beats him, he's gonna be Floyd. So right now, before the fight, I'm gonna compare him to Floyd because after he beats, if he beats Crawford, after he does that, they're gonna say, "Oh well, yeah, he was just like Floyd. Floyd was number 1 pound for pound. And look how many knockouts Terence Crawford had. And trust me, because I didn't think everybody thought Charlo was that great until after Canelo fought him. Then everybody was like, "Oh yeah, he's a great fighter." I'm like, hold on, y'all ain't put him on pound for pound though. Wasn't on pound for pound is undisputed, but Canelo gets credit for the win. That's how they do it. That's exactly how they do it. But none of the fights Canelo's had has got him prepared for this kind of fight with Terence Crawford. I've looked through everything I can. Uh, he was flinching against Amir Khan bad. I was like, then I go look at Terence Crawford fighting Amir Khan. Amir Khan scared of his speed. So put it this way, Canelo was scared of Amir Khan's speed. Then Amir Khan was scared of Terence Crawford's speed. So that means technically Canelo ain't seen no speed like this since Floyd. And I'm just looking at all the guys on his resume. I'm like, none of these guys prepared him. Then Charlo came in. He wasn't even in his best form when he fought Canelo. Out almost a year and a half, basically a year and a half. Triple G was almost middle age, basically middle age when he fought him. Yeah, the guys he ran into when they was at that level, even the guys who was at their best, Like you could probably say Chavez or somebody. They got by. I don't know if Cotto was at his best, but he was still a threat. Yeah, so he hasn't fought really a lot of guys at their best. I'll say who can possibly be at their best when they fought him. I'll say probably Trout. I know Mosley won, but I'll say Trout, uh, Floyd, Angulo, Lara, Kirkland. Yeah, Amir Khan, yeah, but he was still a smaller guy, man. So I can't even put him. You can throw Amir Khan on there. Nah, I don't know if he was at his best, but he was still a threat. Amir Khan, Smith, Chavez. Was Triple G at his best when he fought Canelo? You could possibly say first fight. So yeah. Um, I don't know if Jacobs was at his best when he fought him. I'm just be real, but I give him credit for that one. But when you get to Kovalev, no, give him Smith. You give him Yildirim, Billy Joe, no. Uh, Caleb Plant, yeah. Bivol. That Golovkin fight, no. Ryder, I don't know. Ryder had came off a tough fight with Jacobs. So I'll say around that time, yeah, that was probably with Charlo, no. And then with Munguia and Berlanga, man, I hope that wasn't their best around their last couple of fights. But as far as against Canelo, let's hope that was their best because recently they haven't been looking good. Skull, that was his best because the fight before Canelo, he looked bad. Yeah, Earl ain't took no damage in the ring like that. Besides the Crawford fight. And then people are saying Canelo's size as far as the fight. If his size was really a factor, he should have just fought Benavidez. That's the only reason I don't be bringing the size up that much. It's like I thought the reason Canelo said he didn't fight Benavidez because he was smaller. Now he's bigger. And I don't think he's as big as everybody make him out to be. Skull made him look small. But yeah, Earl had more damage from that car wreck than fighting. Shoot, the performance he put against Ugas, that was an off night. And he beat the brakes off of Ugas. And nobody ever beat Ugas like that. Yeah, but this gonna be in my eyes, this is a real challenge. Probably one of the last real challenges that Canelo's gonna take. I know they're saying he could probably fight Shiraz or um, who else they said. You know, they even threw Janovic out there, other guys, but he ain't gonna fight none of those guys, man. It's not gonna happen. If you look at the fights he's been taking recently, he has not been fighting some guys who just been taking people up out of there. Closest one is probably Charlo. Yeah, that's the closest one. But as far as a guy who just destroying people, Terence Crawford's the number one name out of any list that you can come up with. Even Golovkin, around the time that Golovkin was Terence Crawford's age, he wasn't a threat like how Terence Crawford is right now. Yeah, he wasn't a threat like how Terence Crawford is right now. At 37, he's a threat. Triple G is 43 right now, so he was 37. What, in 2019? Yeah, going toe to toe with Derevyanchenko, and had to fight with Canelo. Yeah, at 160, he wasn't causing no havoc, man. Really, I could have seen Triple G bringing up a Charlo brother or something to 60 before he had some of these other fights. It was definitely possible. But they had that whole. It was possible too because the Zone was trying to do a deal around that time. Yeah, it was definitely possible. Yeah, them fans, man, they getting out of hand with it, magnetic, because they acting like the last few fights they ain't had nothing to say about this guy's performance. That's the only thing that gets me. I don't care about nobody rooting about somebody. I mean, root for a boxer, but how are you gonna act like this guy didn't just go out there and just lay an egg versus William Skull, man? I just don't understand that. Because now it seems like no matter what happened in this fight, they already got the fight planned out as far as how they think it's gonna go or what they gonna say. Because Canelo, if he don't get a knockout, it's gonna be hard for him to get a win. That's why people saying judges and the judges might get. Nah, we're gonna stick to the power. Everybody made a promise that his power will get the job done. See, this is what everybody realize now. Canelo ain't got no real power. It sounds good because they can't get into a conversation about skills, but they starting to realize now, man, he ain't got no power like that. He didn't do anything to hurt Skull, Berlanga, Munguia, Charlo. The dude, the dude hurt himself trying to knock out John Ryder. That's what a lot of people don't realize. I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, but man, his body could possibly be breaking down at this point in his career. One of the hardest punches I've seen him throw lately in the last 6, 7 fights. He like broke his wrist or something against John Ryder. And he ain't go for a hard punch like that since. I don't know what's that about. We could get into it, but you know how that goes. But the last time I seen this man throw a hard punch trying to get a knockout, he hurt his hand. ever since then, hasn't had a knockout. So it's two things wrong with that. That means Canelo has to mentally get himself ready for a higher pain threshold, and also he's not even thinking like, hey, you're thinking the whole time about holding back, because it looked like it's holding back. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. He's not even thinking about it, but he's thinking the whole time about holding back in a lot of these fights. People not watching it and peeping it, but when he was fighting Berlanga, he wasn't throwing the same power punches he was throwing early. When he felt Berlanga fighting back, that's when he started to slow down and hold back a little bit and start to box. But Canelo knows that he can't afford an injury like how he did in the John Ryder fight. So right now he has the power, but can his body take him throwing power punches for 12 rounds? That's what everybody ain't talking about. I don't think this dude's body can handle him throwing power punches like he did when he was fighting Golovkin. For one, he hasn't been taking those kind of fights to keep him firm. He been fighting fights so he can finesse his way through a win or intimidate guys. But he hasn't been in any wars recently. Yeah, he hasn't been in any wars recently. The ones he have been in has been, it looks like, meaningless. Nobody needed to go through a war to beat Berlanga. They just got him up out of there early. Yeah, so I can't really. What's the last good performance Canelo actually had where people will say this is the reason why he'll win? The last one I've actually heard is probably Caleb Plant, which is 4 years ago. That's scary when you think about it. Gotta go back 4 years to be like, hey, Canelo did this then. So what? 4 years ago? Yeah, 36 is borderline old man. It is. Especially these days when they're not letting guys fight as much. They had Charlo fight what, 3 or 4 times the last 4 years? Yeah, you fight once a year, man. You're gonna be an old man in boxing. In any sport. Yeah, it's outrageous what's going on right now. That's why it's good this fight is happening now because Canelo and Crawford, they don't need to get any older. They're old enough already. I think it's still gonna be a very, very good fight. I think it's gonna be a very good fight. These guys are taking it serious. You have to when you're getting paid the way you are, but and everybody's watching this on Netflix. They know how big this fight is. Yeah, this is a very big fight. A lot of people tuning in for this fight. You know, it's gonna be a lot of people not wanting to see the fight or thinking that Crawford's too small, but I don't know. I know they got a rematch clause. It might get used, man. Why do you even have a rematch clause in there? Yeah, in case Crawford wins, the guy who get out here guaranteeing knockouts, he got a rematch clause in there. Yeah, he's prepared to fight this guy twice. If Crawford wasn't that good, you ain't gotta do the rematch. This how you know he's a threat. Nobody can explain why it's a rematch clause for a small guy. Canelo knows why. Because he ain't got nobody on his resume that looks anything like a Terence Crawford. And he also knows, and this is Canelo's fault. He hasn't fought a lot of American style. If you consider Skull, Berlanga, not Skull, but Berlanga, Charlo, Caleb Plant, and Jacobs 5 years ago. If you consider those American style that prepare you for a Terence Crawford fight, I don't know. It's going to be very difficult. None of these guys fight like Terence Crawford. Yeah, none of these guys. That's why sometimes when people say, hey, man, guys need to fight certain people, we want to see a certain skill level against a Canelo. People say, oh, man, Canelo can do what he wants. That might catch up to Canelo. Him doing what he wants might catch up to him. Because I promise, man, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if anybody else. I haven't seen a boxer with the kind of the lack of knockouts like Canelo has in his last 10 fights that ever got this much credit for having power. He's getting a lot of credit for having power. I'm noticing that. Shoot, him and Floyd have around the same amount of knockouts the last 10 fights. And he's been fighting smaller guys. One thing about Canelo is he's not knocking out all the small guys, though. I think the only small guys he's knocked out is probably Amir Khan. Couldn't knock out Floyd. He was a small guy. Yeah, and we know Amir Khan's chinny. That's why I say, bro, the power, man, they gonna see. I don't see any evidence where the power is like, oh man, I ain't never seen that kind of power before. I done seen Kovalev get stopped. He stopped Caleb Plant, which is definitely gets credit for, but yeah, I done seen Kovalev get stopped before. Him fighting Andre Ward after he fought Kovalev, that would have made sense. They don't want to make it happen though. That's why this fight gotta happen. Oh yeah, Marquez definitely does. Yeah, absolutely. Marquez definitely has a better legacy. Marquez just said recently, yeah, I'll drop some videos about that. I was gonna not do it, but I'm glad you said that, man. I'll post some videos about that. Marquez said recently he wasn't gonna be no stepping stone for Canelo. He said I was a 135. He didn't want to say it, but he was basically like, dude's a weight bully. I wasn't finna fight a guy who's walking around at 165 after coming up from 135. Yeah, he wasn't gonna do it. He said he wasn't gonna be a stepping stone for him, so that's why he ain't fight him. A lot of people didn't like him saying that, but it is what it is. See, every Mexican ain't kissing Canelo's butt like they want to make it seem like. It's just people over here just overdoing it. Like in Mexico, they just chilling for real. I don't know why over here they gotta overdo it, but they be overdoing it, bro. I'm gonna drop the videos for y'all later on. Mauricio Suleiman told some Canelo is a legend, and you're just jealous. He said, talking about some, he just jealous. He's jealous of Canelo. Mauricio Suleiman said Marquez is jealous of Canelo, allegedly. So I'm gonna show y'all. I was gonna talk about that last week. I was like, man, ain't nobody talking about this. Yeah, so they want a lot of Mexican people to bow down to Canelo over there, like how they want to make us do over here. It ain't nothing different going on. You got a lot of people wanting everybody to bow down to Canelo for what? Yeah, Marquez was the truth. Absolutely, J man, facts. Marquez was the truth, bro. Marquez said, I can't lie to y'all. Marquez. The only thing I disagree with Marquez about was when he said that he said Munguia can beat, I want to say, Benavidez and somebody else. I forgot who the other guy was. It might have been Berlanga. But I was like, Benavidez, he tripping. I think this was like before Munguia fought Canelo. I said, it might have been before he fought John Ryder. I'm not sure. It was around that time though. But yeah, other than that though, Marquez, he been on point. He be standing on what he believe in. He probably did believe that. Shoot, ain't nothing wrong with that. Munguia not a small dude, but yeah, Benavidez is one of them guys though. But yeah, that's crazy though that he talking about some Marquez jealous. Get out of here, man. Ain't nobody trying to sit around and bow down to Canelo for the rest of their life. But they saying some crazy stuff this week out of Mexico though. They got a lot of guys picking Canelo. Crawford. Then you got trainers out there talking about Canelo never faced a guy like this. He finna be in a war. You got guys getting banned from stuff. You got reporters getting banned. Man, you got reporters getting banned from the thing. I'm telling y'all. I'm gonna do it live probably tonight. They got some fights coming on. I'm gonna do it live tonight, bro, just for everybody. I'm gonna just have it posted. It's gonna be late, but I'm gonna make sure I do it. I know I'll be capping some time, but I'm gonna do it for real. Bro, I said already, these dudes think that this is gonna be like how it was 10, 15 years ago. Everything that was done last year was just a trial. This year, everything's starting to get different. They are already signing fighters. It's a dude named I think his name is Al Stanton. I think I seen him on either the Mayweather channel or somewhere else. But his name is Al Stanton, tall guy. I think he's like a 68, 75. Been sparring Terence Crawford. He's recently been one of the guys that's signed to I don't know if it's directly or a co-promotion, but he has a situation allegedly with Dana White's TKO boxing. And I'm also hearing they might do a fight again. I thought they were gonna start their fights off probably early January, but they talking about Dana White might have some more fights in November with the same kind of situation they got now. And then early next year might be a super fight. So it's a lot of changes being made right now. It's a lot of guys that don't have to go straight to Matchroom or Top Rank to get a fight deal. I'm telling you, the hardest thing right now is for a good boxer to get a deal with a promoter and to actually get a fight. Some guys just want to get a fight and get a deal. You got a lot of people running around to us, oh, how you gonna pay these guys? Man, it's a lot of guys that just want to fight, show up and box and show their skills and let their hands do the talking. Like boxing always been. I ain't never heard no boxing fan say, "Nah, man, I don't want dudes to let his hands do the talking. I want him to do the talking, not his hands." It's too many. It's too many dudes trying to be Muhammad Ali these days. Like, bro, just go out there and box. He said the piss. Hey, 480, you crazy? He said, yeah, that threw me off. Yeah, he fought all his contemporaries. Flatline Pacquiao. Yeah, exactly. That's why people running around tomorrow. Yeah, Canelo, the greatest Mexican of all time. Bruh, y'all gotta chill with that, man. I ain't gonna lie. I gave him credit. I know a lot of people gonna hate me for that, but I gave him credit for being better than Oscar. The only reason I said better than Oscar is because Oscar basically admitted out his own mouth, allegedly, that because he said this fight was a waste of time. So Oscar's basically saying that if he was still boxing, he would have never fought Terence Crawford. So he doesn't get credit for that. So Canelo gets credit. Yeah, Oscar fought Floyd and Pacquiao. That's why he was getting credit. But for some reason, Oscar being the warrior that he is, he just seen all these other fights. Now you just had Munguia go out there against Canelo. You gave Munguia credit for going out there. But you telling me that Terence Crawford fighting Canelo is not a good matchup? So you wouldn't have fought Terence Crawford if you was still boxing? Oscar, I respect Oscar as a fighter, but he told on himself on that one. And I said, nah, maybe he just hating. But then Oscar just came out today and said that Terence Crawford gonna box Canelo's ears off. Stuff like that is part of the problem right there. Why you can't just come out and tell the truth in the beginning? What you got going on? So yeah, I give Canelo credit over Oscar as far as being a better fighter. I don't think his resume is all the way there. I think him fighting Terence Crawford puts it there. That kind of saved it. Like I was telling people last year, I said, bro, this fight is going to happen. Canelo ain't got no resume to where he could just hang it up. Guys is going to be fighting too much now. The guys now, they're going to be fighting each other so much that when they hang it up, they're going to have a great resume just because they was active. Canelo, his resume can't compete with that without fighting a Terence Crawford or somebody. So he needed to fight a Terence Crawford for his legacy. That's why everybody going into this fight now knows that he don't got a real deal win. Like him being Golovkin, it sounds good, but Golovkin didn't do the work to make Canelo great. Now Canelo jumped up to chase greatness fighting Golovkin, but then he started doing more than what Golovkin was doing. Some of the guys Floyd was fighting was doing the same stuff he was doing, or if not better. But then you got Golovkin like, yeah, I'm gonna just fight Canelo. So Canelo like, oh, I gotta go fight Sergey and this guy. That Triple G win just don't look the same. It don't hit the same. It just don't. He ain't putting the work in. If Charlo would have been more active and cleaned out 54 right after he fought Canelo or before that, I know he cleaned it out as far as undisputed, but technically he didn't clean it out. I'm gonna be nice today. Technically, he definitely didn't clean it out. But if he would have turned around and just fought all the guys at 54 right now, yeah, he'll make Canelo resume a little better. But that's still somebody that got to do the work, though. He ain't really got nobody's resume to fall anybody. That's why people saying Crawford ain't got no resume. If Crawford ain't got no resume, ain't nobody finna get in the Hall of Fame the next 10 years. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you think Earl Spence ain't a good win and he trash, ain't none of these dudes finna get in the Hall of Fame. Ain't none of these dudes Earl Spence. I don't know what everybody trying to do as far as talking about Terence Crawford resume ain't that good. Ain't none of these guys Earl Spence. Billy Joe ain't Earl Spence. Yildirim ain't Earl Spence. Caleb Plant ain't Earl Spence. John Ryder. A few of these guys ain't Earl Spence. Munguia ain't no Earl Spence, but Berlanga, Skull. Shoot, we got to see if these guys can survive at the division they at now. We talking about a guy who lost one fight in undisputed, comparing him to guys who got to survive one round against some. I mean, one division against some young guys. Have y'all seen how deep 168 has got? Now you got Shiraz and everybody up there. Janovic, he's scared to make that move to 168 because he know what time it is. Yeah, these guys got to survive at these weight classes. Yeah, Charlo coming back, but you still got Bakaram and all those guys at 54. What time? Yeah, these guys got to survive where they at. We talking about a guy who already made it. So yeah, a lot of those guys, they don't want to survive like that. They know what time it is. You got Pacquiao out here still competing with these guys, man. And I like most of these fighters, but I just got to keep it real. Oscar got Fernell on his resume too, even though that was a gift. It was a gift too. J-Man, that was such a gift, and got credit for it. And got credit for it. Oh yeah, and he got V-Hop on there. Yeah, that would be good. This gonna be good for Canelo resume. This gonna set Canelo apart from everybody else. This gonna set Canelo apart right here. Because right now, Canelo gonna set the standard right now. If you ain't making no big fights, it ain't no reason to talk about you. No matter who you are, win or lose. Now I ain't saying if Canelo lose that I'm gonna say he a bum and all the other stuff. Nah, I'm glad Canelo taking the fight for real. To be honest with you, I'm actually chilling. But you know, people saying Bud ain't got no resume. That's not really helping Canelo case, man. It's not helping his case. I'm gonna just be honest with you. He ain't fought a lot of guys like this. He done already admitted it. He know what time it is. It's gonna be a struggle. Yeah, everybody's saying it, but I don't think people understand. Like I said recently, though, I don't think a lot of people understand how good Terence Crawford is. It's a lot of people that don't know how good he is. They talking about his defense. The man does not have to get hit if he don't want to get hit. People say, man, I got plenty of fights he got hit in. I got plenty of fights that Canelo and Triple G got hit in. Like I said earlier, the one highlight that everybody pops up about Triple G is when Canelo snapped his head. When Canelo punched Triple G and his head snapped around, everybody was like, man, look at Triple G's chin. But they don't give every fighter a compliment like that. Most guys will get their head snapped around like that. That ain't no compliment. So yeah, it be a lot of reaching going on, I be seeing. But yeah, Triple G ain't had a amazing defense against Canelo, and he was not getting hit like that. And the power he was feeling, trust me, Canelo ain't got no chin like that. I can make an argument right now. Canelo ain't got no chin like Triple G. I heard everybody saying that Canelo got a chin. He don't have a chin like Triple G. I've seen Triple G walk through some shots. I've seen Triple G walk through some shots. Take your best shot, especially against Canelo. Canelo was on the bike against Triple G. He said, what has Canelo proven other than taking steroids is still being allowed to fight? I don't understand why people want a guy like that to even win. That's what boxing is right now. When I was growing up, they started booing Barry Bonds. I'm trying to figure out where we at right now. That's where I'm at with it. I'm like, wow, that's where we at. But that's where we at in American sports right now. That's where we at right now. They gonna keep it black and white, but I'm gonna be honest with you. The fact that a lot of people are trying to make sports right now, black and white, just across the board all the time, it's not gonna work, man. It's never worked. It doesn't sell tickets. Before they start doing stuff like this, dudes was doing a million views on a boxing fight, a billion views on a boxing fight before cable TV. So the stuff they doing now, it's not really growing the sport. You can't go from doing billions of views on a fight, then doing 100,000, and you're like, yeah, we're gonna keep doing the same thing. So that's what they stuck at right now. That's why when you got guys like Coppinger, bro, get out of here. Earl Spencer's damaged goods. Oh my, this dude just said this on live. A first ballot Hall of Famer lost one fight. Still to carry the whole division. And then people out here like, yeah, he lost one fight. He done. And this guy's a reporter. You know how many people gonna repeat what he just said? Like, it's bad out here. Yeah, it's sad. I can't believe people want Canelo to win. Not because of to pick against him. I'm talking about as far as, yeah, the guy has a past. So you would think people would be like, man, you got people still walking around talking about Michael Vick and some dogs. So I ain't trying to hear about that. And I don't see none of them people protesting in them country where they eat dogs. So I ain't trying to hear none of that. People are like, oh, that was a long time ago. It's a lot of stuff that was a long time ago. People thought Terence Crawford got dropped a long time ago. That still get talked about. Terence Crawford worked with Snack a long time ago. That still get talked about. Yeah, so everything on the table. But I'm just being real, man. When it comes to Canelo, he doesn't look the same across the board as a fighter. I don't think people have seen how much he slowed down recently. His speed is not there. He got outpunched a lot. He's jabbing more just so he can get through the fight. That shows you how lazy he actually is mentally. I'm not going against him like disrespecting. I'm being real, because if you can throw almost if you can land almost 100 jabs against Berlanga, out jab Berlanga when really that's Berlanga main punch that he needs. So you out jab Berlanga, which shows that you can jab at a high level. But instead, you just want to go through there, and I'm pointing this out for a reason. So this dude was out there jabbing and moving against Berlanga. But against William Skull, he just wants to throw hooks and right hands. And then I seen last night when he was fighting Bivol, he got so frustrated with Bivol that he picked Bivol up over his head. Like he picked Bivol up on his shoulder. I've seen him do it a couple times to a couple of guys when they're like roughing them up, throwing a lot of punches. Canelo would like duck under and grab him. He'll get frustrated, pick him up in the air. Now you pick Terence Crawford up in the air, I don't know, bro. It might turn into a different situation. Fight might be over. But that just shows his frustration level, though. He's not really a level-headed, disciplined fighter like that. It's not really disciplined like that. Low blows I've seen. Uh, punches been low lately. He's been hitting guys low a lot lately. Canelo punch output been very low, man. So when people bring up the stamina, that's one thing they're talking about. Like, he's not punching the same way that he was against Triple G. And the crazy part is he's around the same age that Triple G was when he was fighting him. But he definitely don't look the same. Yeah, that's messed up. That's what happened when you take all these hard fights. That's why a lot of these guys are scared. Not scared of getting in the fight. They're scared of putting themselves out there for the fans and not getting rewarded. Yeah, they'll give certain guys credit. That's why this fight right here is bigger than what people realize. This fight right here is to destroy all these things that been going on in boxing. Like Munguia getting credit for losing to Canelo, Berlanga getting credit. People talking about Berlanga was celebrating the loss. And yeah, and y'all was right there with him. What you mean he was celebrating? He wasn't alone. He wasn't alone. Cause when I said somebody, everybody looking at me like, man, you hate. He wasn't alone celebrating the loss. It was a few people celebrating the loss with him. I heard people saying that he did better than Munguia. I was like, nah, he didn't do better than Munguia in the fight. That definitely didn't happen. Then a year later, boom. And I wasn't hoping that happened because you gotta think about it. Canelo's resume looks bad right now, bro. I haven't got not one person to sit up here and talk about this dude's resume for the last 12 months, at least 18 months. Like, why is Canelo's opponents getting beat up bad? Even Skull was getting beat up bad before he fought Canelo. And we think Terence Crawford can't do no better? Let's just talk about Canelo's past opponents. Everybody ain't running now. Last time I checked, Munguia and Berlanga went running. Yeah, I'm talking trash for a reason. Because I've been talking about this fight for a year, about 2 years now. I already know where everybody's standing on the fight. So I'm not really going to trip as far before the fight. But after the fight, man, I want y'all to see how crazy these people going to start acting. Win or lose. If he wins, I want y'all to see how many people put value into this fight like that. But they stayed quiet before the fight. Or this whole time with Canelo. I ain't no fan of Canelo. I want y'all to see. I want y'all to see how much the flag means to some people. I want y'all to see it. I just want y'all to peep game on that. Just see everybody who's talking now, like, oh yeah, whatever happens. Want y'all to see how much the flag mean after this fight. That's all I want y'all to notice. That's why I've been sitting back, just peeping. I'm like, okay. I'm noticing everything. Everybody who's a fan of Earl Spence that's sitting up here wanting Canelo to go out there and perform better than Earl Spence. Why? If I'm a fan of Earl Spence, I'm like, man, I hope Terence Crawford go out there and perform well. That'll look good for Earl Spence to do better than Canelo. Woof. If Earl Spence can go out, if he can look better in his performance than Canelo, if I'm a real Earl Spence fan, that's what I'll be saying. If I'm a real Earl Spence fan, I will be saying, man, I want Earl Spence. I want Terence Crawford to do good because, man, that will make Earl Spence look unbeatable. Do y'all know that if Canelo go out there and if he try to do the same thing Earl Spence did and get stopped in the 5th round, that will make Earl Spence look unbeatable, even with a loss to Terence Crawford. But people don't think that deep about boxing. But if it happens, guess what everybody gonna say? That's why I'm saying it now. I'm saying it now. No matter who can understand what I'm saying. I'm saying it now because if it happens, watch what happens. Oh, Earl Spence did better than watch. If this man goes out and performs better, I mean, if he have a better performance on paper than Canelo, watch what people will say. If I'm a fan of Charlo, would I want Terence Crawford to go out there and beat Canelo? Absolutely. But you got people out here that don't want it to happen though, bro. Don't want it to happen. Don't want it to happen. There's too much cancer in boxing right now. It needs to be cut off. Nobody keep it real no more about boxing. Everybody pushing out narratives. It's just a fight. People want to turn into a storyline, and the storyline not even good. The real story better than the fake story. Then somebody told me they talking about dudes having injuries. Somebody said Canelo and Crawford. Talking about they have injuries. So I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, man, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm gonna just give you a preview as far as what I'm gonna say. The whole Dana White thing that he has coming up, and I'll just say this. In UFC, you have a lot of people that, bring flags and represent their country when they come to certain fights. But that doesn't go on as much as it does in boxing, though. And it's a lot of people that's hanging on to that, this country versus that country, which is cool. It always happens. But the way they going about it, it's not going to last that way. It's just not, bro. It's just not. I'm just being real with y'all. It'll never be able to have a chance to have another Canelo. They will never have another chance to build another Canelo. Besides what they did with Jake Paul. That's why they snuck him in and keep him around. They couldn't create a professional boxer like Canelo, so they created a Jake Paul. That's the closest thing you're gonna get to a Canelo. And people, not as far as skills, but on paper, yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. But those days of making Canelos, enjoy this one, because this is gonna be the last kind of Canelo or fighter like this that you're gonna ever see. They ain't making none like this no more. People don't even know how we even got here with this dude. There ain't gonna be another Canelo because they ain't gonna have a chance to make another Canelo. You ain't gonna have another chance to jump divisions and fight who you want to fight, and then down the line, a 154 Charlo is one of your toughest opponents you done faced lately. Everybody else getting knocked out by 160s while they walking around 200 pounds. Nah, all that smoke that's going on, that's in the air. That's too much of it going on right now. They're not gonna have another chance to make another one. I'm not talking trash. I'm being real. Cause I seen how everybody energy is. I don't know. Everybody sticking their chest out like something going on this week. It's not gonna be another chance to make another Mexican fighter like Canelo. It's over with. And you got great Mexican fighters out there. But I'm talking about the one like how they did with this one. Nah, that's not gonna happen. Ain't no way. No way. No way. This is push boxing back years and years, decades. This is something that was normal when Canelo got into boxing. When Canelo got into boxing, stuff like this was normal. I don't care about what nobody talking about with Floyd. Stuff like this was normal when Canelo got into boxing. And now it ain't normal no more. So somebody who made big fights not normal, we talking about the real big fights. Hall of Famers, legends fighting each other, not no prospects. We need this dude out of boxing, man. That's the nicest way I can put it. I'm tired of seeing dudes fight. overrated prospects and people that's blown up, bigger than what they is. Then you fight smaller guys at higher weights because you don't want to cut no weight and be on an even playing field. Tired of that. Everybody looking past it. It's it's put a hole in boxing, man. Then this man talking about he don't want to fight in the morning. Now, mind you, he fighting the same time he would fight if he was over here. But he like, it's the morning over there. It's nasty, bro. Yeah, Bud said he good. Yeah, they capping, bro. Talking about his shoulder messed up. Talking about his shoulder messed up, man. It's like, man, we've been showing Canelo respect in boxing for years. Now people want us to be like, yeah, Canelo is not no Floyd Mayweather. I'm gonna treat Canelo the same way y'all treated Floyd before he fought all these guys y'all like growing up. I'm gonna treat Canelo the same way. He ain't Floyd. He ain't on that level. He ain't finna get that kind of treatment. This man ain't nowhere near the pound for pound on some people's list. And they're like, yeah, but lately, like, man, y'all not even giving Terence Crawford credit. So yeah, everything gonna be one sided now. Everything. Then you got people so desperate. Hey, y'all seen that video where Terence Crawford was like, when they was talking about something about is he 100% sure or he was like 70% confidence or whatever. You got people so desperate they in the comments like, yeah, he lying. See? Like y'all act like he finna tell you if he gonna win. Like, yeah, if I tell you I'm gonna win 100%, that means I'm gonna win. They so desperate, they ain't got nothing to do with the fight. Yeah, a lot of people, man, they getting too much into it, bro. Some of us, we just want to watch a fight. Then people be doing all the, yeah, I'm tired of all that, bro. All that ass kissing for Canelo, I'm tired of, bro. This dude been in boxing for years, bro. He ain't put nobody on the map that done help change boxing. Shoot, that dude Madramal making more noise than some of these guys Canelo fought. I ain't seen no dudes. That dude Avenesian been in more some bigger fights probably than some of the guys Canelo fought. Hey, let me tell you something. When Terence Crawford fight guys, people know who they are after that. They know who Victor Postol is. They know who Ndongo, Jeff Horn. Even though Jeff Horn fought Pacquiao, people still didn't know who Jeff Horn was like that. Jeff Horn, Benavidez Jr. They didn't. Some people didn't even know Benavidez had a brother. Some people didn't even know he fought Benavidez's brother till recently. Amir Khan, the Mean Machine guys. See, look, let me tell you something. If people call a guy by his nickname and you didn't even know the guy's name before that, that means Terence Crawford made him famous. Terence Crawford out here making dudes famous just for getting in the ring with him. But people be like, he ain't no star. Who else getting in the ring with Canelo and getting famous after they get in the ring with Skull, Yildirim, Fielding? Who, Berlanga? What about in the ring though? That sound like outside the ring stuff. What about in the ring? Ain't nobody doing nothing in the ring yet. Nope. So yeah, Canelo not even fighting no guys who are really making something happen. They ain't saying, "Ooh, Canelo gave me a payday. Let me make a career out of it." These dudes like the payday is my career. I'm out of here. Ain't nobody making no career out of a Canelo payday. Canelo should have went to the hood and gave out some paydays. I know a few dudes that would have turned that into a career. This dude handing out retirement checks. But yeah, man, Canelo, from what I've seen, though, the best thing I can say, easy little breakdown. Canelo's chin, if it was amazing like everybody say it is, he would have walked through Golovkin, Danny Jacobs, even Floyd Mayweather. You can't have a chin like people saying Canelo got, and he ain't walked through Floyd Mayweather. I don't know if Floyd would have beat Triple G, because Triple G would have walked through all those punches. He would have walked through all those punches Canelo was scared of. So I'm not too sure if Floyd would have beat Triple G, and that's being real. I think Floyd beats everybody. But the only thing that kind of made me iffy, I'm like, Triple G ain't really, he's smart, but I think he walking through some Floyd punches. But yeah, Canelo ain't walking through no shots like that. All Terence Crawford got to do is show a little bit of power, and Canelo bagging off. And his inside fighting is not that good, as people say. Inside fight is not that good, and an easy 1-2 keeps him in check too. A lot of people don't realize that. An easy 1-2 keeps Canelo. He likes to have that advantage. And people don't realize that Canelo knows his reach is a disadvantage. That's why he likes to be heavy with that left, so he can make up for turning to the side and make up for that reach he don't have. That's why going into the fight, Crawford already know he gonna be heavy with the left, and he gonna be loading up with that right. Already going into the fight. What else you got? Nothing. He ain't tried nothing against the Skull fight. I seen Terence Crawford trying out some stuff he gonna use in this fight with Canelo. I ain't seen Canelo really using that much in the last few fights, except like I said, the jab. Been jabbing more lately. That's about it. Because he knows he's not gonna be able to get in the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th round and still be throwing left hooks and looking for a right hand. But the thing I've seen from Canelo though, he don't know how to really plan for these single shots, to be honest with you. Like when Bivol was doing it early, he was just keeping it simple. That was really the game plan that I've seen. Bivol just hitting them with single shots. Then later on in the fight, he started throwing them combinations. That's when you see Canelo on the ropes. For people to be talking the way they talk about Canelo, that can't be the same fighter I seen leaning on the ropes against Bivol. This dude was leaning on the ropes like he wasn't even there part of the fight. You can't get manhandled like that and then be known as a power puncher. I just don't see it. I would say he's more of a brute, like a brute fighter, a brawler who can box when need be. Well, he's naturally a brawler. He's not. Yeah, naturally he's a brawler. Anytime Canelo gets in front of a boxer, he ain't trying to box. He'll box a brawler, but he ain't trying to box no boxers. That's when the running and everything else starts to become a huge topic. But yeah, I was even looking recently. I was reading some things because sometimes I need to bounce some ideas off of it. And I was asking AI about Dimitri Bivol. I was like, hey, I asked AI. I said recently, would you tell me about how Terence Crawford compares to Dimitri Bivol? I asked AI this recently. I want y'all to listen to this. I had this a couple of days already. I asked the AI. I said, hey, how does Terence Crawford compare to Dimitri Bivol? And let me see if I can find the one that stuck out the most. Let me see if I can find it. I seen it. I was like, whoa. Man, you should have seen what they said about Terence Crawford. Oh, here it goes. So they're talking about this is what the AI said about Terence Crawford and Dimitri Bivol. I know everybody says AI. This is a computer saying this. So just think, okay? Just throwing this out here. They said Dimitri Bivol's offense, he throws in combinations, true. Volume puncher, throws in combinations, often landing 3 to 4 punches before stepping out of range. Jab heavy style, uses the jab, constant, both to disrupt rhythm and to set up straights. Breaks down opponents, doesn't seek one punch knockouts. He's methodically wears opponents down over 12 rounds. Not flashy but effective. High output but lacks the devastating power of some of the others at 175. The summary is Bivol is a precision volume puncher. His offense is built on rhythm, angles, and combinations. Rarely reckless, but always in control. That's true. Now listen to what they say about Terence Crawford. Now this is a computer saying this. It says Terence Crawford's offense, first bulletin, explosive finisher, one of the best closers in boxing. Once he smells blood, he finishes with clinical accuracy. Number two, they say creative punching, throws from odd angles, and uses deceptive timing. Number three, switch hitter equals double arsenal. Offense varies depending on style. Southpaw gives him more power options. And then the last one, body and head variation, mixes levels and shots intelligently, knows when to dig deep to the body or go upstairs. Crawford is a calculated killer. He downloads early, then unleashes creative, powerful attacks with ruthless precision. Now, a computer just called this man a ruthless. They call him, look, not ruthless, but a calculated killer. They call this man a calculated killer on AI. Why is AI calling this man a killer and smelling blood? How does AI see all this? What's going on? Am I tripping? What's up, Native Wildman? What's going on? I'll pull it up so everybody can see it. The AI called this man a calculated killer. Let me pull it up right now. Should be the one right here. Y'all see this? No, I didn't make this up. I just asked. I said, let me ask AI one time, see what they're talking about. They call this man a calculated killer. A computer is telling you this. They said, with all the information we have, this boxer who wears gloves, we describe him as a killer. And he smells blood. Now, with Dimitri Bivol, when they're describing him, they're talking about him being precision volume boxer, built on rhythm, and doesn't seek one punch knockouts. Look how nice they are when they talking about him. When they get to Terence Crawford, it just gets very dark. He smells blood, and he's a calculated killer. Ruthless, precision, powerful attacks. I seen this and I said, oh man. Now if a computer is telling me this, we have some issues. Yeah, I think at first I was like, I don't know about the points, but he said the Terminator program. J Man said the Terminator program. Going for good first. Hey, they call this man a killer on the computer, man. The AI called this man a killer. Yeah, yeah, you right, Lady Wild, man. Yeah, I might have to do it, man. I'm like, I don't know. They call this man a killer on the computer. I don't know any other boxer I can type in right now and that'll pop up. Probably Bitterbill, but that's about it. They say he smells blood. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up later on. That I'm telling you, I don't know if I could do it on here. I think the thing probably streaming thing probably messing up. But I'm gonna pull up later on. That dude Majamal, bro, he ain't been looking the same since that last fight he had. Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody in chat hanging in, man. I know people mad I'm talking like this. It is what it is. It is. I hear everybody saying what they saying. It ain't nothing new. I was hearing this before Canelo fought Floyd. Every time I hear people talk about Canelo, only thing I think about is what they said when he was about to fight Floyd. Like the dude had done nothing in boxing, and they believed in him. Did nothing in boxing to sit up here and defeat a Floyd Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? He had did nothing in boxing. So I don't know just where the belief has always been with him, because you have plenty of guys who have good resumes in boxing, but it's like the belief in him has always been extreme to the point where it's like, why him? You know what I'm saying? Why him? I grew up with Roy Jones and Mike Tyson and Floyd. Seen all these guys box coming up. De La Hoya. But with the talk around him, why him though? That's how sometimes I look at it. It's like, and honestly, man, the man has not. He's not going to be known as somebody who made boxing better based off of this fight alone, because the fans won't let it happen. I've never seen people go out of the way to discredit a Canelo fighter more than they have with Terence Crawford. That's a fact. I think William Skull probably got more respect before the fight that Terence Crawford did. That's a fact. Yeah, Hitman Hearns. Yeah, Skull kind of built like Hearns. He don't fight like him, but he built like him though. So I actually like this with Terence Crawford. I'm not really upset. This is the best. You're gonna get the best version of Terence Crawford because Um, he's getting disrespected before the fight. This man is 2-time undisputed, and people are talking like he's a nobody. I've seen Loma get in the ring with bigger guys and things like that, and his skill set was always, oh, but Loma has the skills though. No matter how much power somebody had, it was always okay. He has the skills. But in this case, the skills don't matter. Same thing with Fury. No matter how much power Wilder had, they always said, well, the skills is what matters. In this case, it seems like the skills don't matter. But I think the problem really is that Canelo hasn't fought anybody as skilled as a Terence Crawford. That's probably the real reason why you can't really get a good gauge on how good Terence Crawford is going into this fight, because he hasn't really been fighting a lot of tough guys lately. So everybody probably looking at it like, oh, it's just another guy. Canelo been fighting just guys. That's it. If Canelo was fighting guys who was a threat every time, then the fan bases would be like, oh, Canelo fighting another killer. He gonna get in the ring. But everybody's not looking at it like that. It's like he's getting in the ring with a guy who's gonna get knocked out in the first round. Yeah, that surprises me a little bit. It really does. Yeah, that surprises me. Like even recently with guys that anyways fighting, you don't have people saying, well, yeah, it's for sure that these guys get knocked out. Not the way, and these guys is unknown. But for Terence Crawford to be talked about like an unknown, it's gonna put a battery in his back that a lot of people don't really expect. They think that it's a lot of Terence Crawfords walking around America. I think they just think he's just another black fighter who's gonna go out there and try his hardest. This ain't one of those situations. This is a situation where Canelo's trying to fight a guy that fights just like the guys he's lost to already. And they're trying to use size and power as a reason why he will win. The fact that Canelo hasn't fought a lot of American fighters, it's going to backfire on him. The same way it backfired with William Zepeda. When William Zepeda openly admitted, oh, okay, I haven't fought this style like that a lot. Let me fight Tevin Farmer again. You didn't have a lot of people asking why he was fighting Tevin Farmer again, because they knew why. Stuff like that happens. Just like the dude Shiraz, he looked terrible against Adamas. Everybody said, oh, he's trash. I was like, nah, he good. I don't know what y'all talking about. Shiraz good. No, that's Turkey's fighter. Okay. Went out there and knocked out Berlanga. Now everybody's saying he him. So it only take one fight. But the same one that be doubting you, they'll be the same one that crowning you. So Shiraz had already proved that they don't know what real power is. Shiraz was fighting all those fights at 160. He went 12 rounds with Adamas, and everybody like, nah, he ain't got no power. Then the next fight, you go out there and drop Berlanga. That's the equivalent of Terence Crawford fighting the Madrimov, going 12 rounds with him. Then the next fight, dropping a Canelo. Because not only did Shiraz drop Berlanga, he stopped him multiple times. And Canelo struggled to do that. But a lot of people will sit up here and point out that Virgil Ortiz, oh, he did better against Majramov. No, he didn't, sir. Absolutely did not do better than Terence Crawford against Majramov. And I'm gonna talk about that a little more later on. And I know somebody just got mad and said, oh, this is proof that he did not, absolutely did not do better than no Terence Crawford. Absolutely not. No. No, he didn't. This is a close win. Think about it. This is a close fight for Terence Crawford. Canelo don't got nobody on his resume where it's a close fight and the guy look like this. Most of the guys that got a close fight, they ain't got no marks on their face. When guys leave the ring with Terence Crawford, they leaving with something. Swollen eye, something. Canelo's leaving the ring with something. He's leaving the ring with something for sure. Yeah, he's definitely leaving the ring with something. And people try to say, oh, Mean Machine, I can't believe he fought tough with and Majramov. So Canelo went the distance with Chavez. And then people said that Canelo carried Munguia. If y'all throwing Terence Crawford in the ring with a dude that has been carrying fighters in the ring, this dude is in extreme trouble. I'm telling you that right now. If this man has been carrying fighters in the last 12 months or 18 months, he's in trouble. I know he ain't using his last good years to carry somebody. I wish Terence Crawford would be out here like, yeah, man, that last fight, I was carrying the old boy. Carrying him. Nah, I ain't picking him. I'm not picking him. Anybody who got excuses of carrying fighters because that's why you didn't get a knockout. Anybody who has excuses of that guy was running as an excuse, I'm probably not going to pick you in this fight. Especially a 50-50 fight, I'm not picking you. Not going to do it. A guy who got real power ain't talking like that. You ain't never heard Deontay Wilder say, man, that dude was running. I ain't getting no knockout because Tyson Fury was running the whole time. If you look at boxing history, anybody who used their running excuse, eventually they get exposed. Eventually. Everybody don't run around saying that. Everybody don't say that. De La Hoya said that? Oh, okay. Guess what age he retired at? The same one Canelo at now. I ain't never heard no boxers run around talking about some running like these dudes be talking about. Because these dudes built like this. I'm telling you. It be only fighters that's built like this and say, hey man, y'all dudes is running. Man, it is not my fault. You have fighters with longer arms and longer legs. It is not anybody's fault. A boxer's Terence Crawford or anybody. They are not responsible for making sure these guys connect on combinations and stuff because their arms ain't long or their legs is long. You never heard Fundora saying he couldn't get his arms on a fighter. And I'm serious about that. It'd be a lot of guys that be like this size. They'd be like, hey man, bro, that's a personal problem. Do y'all know that they're making personal problems? They're turning the Tom and Jerry thing. Since they want to talk about cartoon characters, since everybody want to talk about cartoon characters, every boxer that's shaped like this be talking about, oh man, these guys is running. No, they're not. You're just short. Manny Pacquiao ain't got no problem with that. Well, he said it one time against Floyd, but he took it back when he realized they about the same size. But yeah, dudes ain't losing no fight. So ain't nobody even sit here and tell me, oh, Pacquiao lost a fight because somebody was running. So yeah, usually guys that say this, they're usually gonna get exposed eventually. And I haven't seen anybody who was. I mean, William Skull did kind of expose a little bit. That's why it's out there. That's why the fight is not talked about at all. To be honest with you, nobody wants to talk about Canelo's last few fights. Have y'all noticed that? Nobody wants to. Nobody. They don't want to talk about none of this dude's fights. They going back to Berlanga, not Berlanga, Golovkin and Caleb Plant and Charlo. Nobody want to talk about this guy's last couple of fights. He ain't did nothing. He ain't did nothing. And I'm not going in on him just to go in. I'm just proving a point right now. Nobody can disagree with what I'm saying. This is facts. Everybody talking about cap this week. I'm talking about facts. Anybody who's getting mad at me for telling the truth, and you're okay with everybody else telling lies consistently, and then you know that they're lying after years go by, you definitely ain't gonna like me. Because guys are consistently lying, and everybody just looking around like, what? What are y'all talking about? I seen people running around talking about Canelo ain't got no resume after Berlanga got knocked out. They said the man ain't got a resume. Because one dude out of 60-something fights that Canelo has, what is it, 67 fights. This dude Berlanga getting knocked out, everybody run to Twitter. Because dudes be telling the truth on Twitter. Them little tweets, they be exposing the truth. They tell me, yeah, Canelo ain't got no resume. Because one guy got knocked out? What does Berlanga getting knocked out got to do with Canelo? Oh, okay. Now what everybody's saying now? Shiraz the guy. Why is Shiraz the guy? Because Berlanga got knocked out? So nobody else couldn't knock out Berlanga? He was the only one? Talking about he was celebrating the loss. Man, they helped that dude celebrate that loss. They ain't helping Earl Spence celebrate no loss. They ain't helped Charlo celebrate no loss. They helped that man celebrate that loss. Yeah, they want ain't no respect being put on Terence Crawford's name though. See what time it is. People just ready to talk trash about him. They just ready to talk trash, which is cool. But just know, when dudes win, just be ready for that same kind of approach. Cause I seen when Bivol won, what everybody did. When Bivol won, they ran to his wife, ex-wife now. These dudes got so mad they made Dimitri Bivol get a divorce. You know how fanned out you gotta be to get so mad at a boxer that you make them get a divorce because your boxer lost? Man, get these dudes out of boxing, man. What are we talking about? So we don't want to get fans out of boxing who made a boxer get a divorce because they favorite fighter lost. Those are not boxing fans. Those are stalkers. I have never seen a boxer lose a fight that I like Deontay Wilder. I ain't never said, man, Deontay Wilder lost. Where's Tyson Fury's wife? Like, bro, what are we doing? And they making it normal. Like, yeah, these are diehard fans. No, these is stalkers. This is neighborhood watch. It's past that. Yeah, it's past that. But with this fight coming up, though, I just had to get on here, let it be known what time it is. I know everybody ain't on this type of time, but hey, it be like that sometimes, man. Yeah, Diamond's out here letting it be known with these folks. He already knows. He been in the ring with Crawford, so he knows what time it is. He knows what time it is. But I'm gonna be honest with you though. The, the reason why I'm looking at certain things the way I am is because I already know what everybody doing right now. I already know it. And this is the reason why Turkey Al-Sheikh is involved in boxing. I already know what people they're trying to downplay the whole fight, the matchup, but they want you to respect everybody else on Canelo's resume. You out of your mind if you think I will ever listen to somebody say Terence Crawford is trash and Charlo and these other guys are worthy, but Terence Crawford is not. That's the problem with boxing right now. The best American fighter right now, you got Americans like, yeah, man, he'll never be able to stand toe to toe with Canelo. Well, American boxing ain't got no good future there. If that's your outlook on boxing, if you think that's the way to go, it ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good. And it's not, to be honest with you. You gotta think about it. What other fighter gonna go out here and accomplish what Terence Crawford has accomplished? That means if you even if you have the talent level like that, you gotta have the popularity now. And I'll go back to what I said earlier. When Canelo came into boxing, it was about talent. Now popularity destroys all that. Because even now, Floyd ain't the most popular boxer in the world. Floyd tell everybody he got the most numbers, right? But he's not the most popular boxer in the world, though. So that whole time, people wasn't even tuning in for just because that's Floyd. They weren't tuning in because of that. It would have been a good thing for people to tune in to watch Floyd fight and be Floyd, but they never tuned in to watch Floyd be Floyd. And those same people are crawling from under their rock right now. What's up, Aaron? Shout out to Aaron Griffin. What's going on, man? Oh, they're definitely gonna cry. They're definitely gonna cry. We know who these people are. The same people that didn't acknowledge that Dimitri Bivol beat Canelo. The same people that was turned into super Dimitri Bivol fans last year after Bitter beat him in the first fight. I'm like, man, when Bivol get all these super fans like that? These are people that want to protect Canelo's legacy by making sure that Bivol is the greatest of all time. So it'll help Canelo look good. Because if Bivol just start running around losing to everybody, that's not gonna make Canelo look good. That the guy he lost to is losing to a lot of people. So they got to make sure that guy keeps a clean resume. Not saying that Bivol ain't got no skills now. I'm not saying that. Bivol gonna make sure he good because he's a Hall of Famer. Bivol is a beast. Not saying that. But if it was really serious like that, Canelo would have ran the rematch back. And a lot of people will find out soon that a lot of these guys don't rematch a lot of their losses. They don't want to expose their weaknesses. Some guys just got your number, but they don't understand that in boxing these days. They don't understand it. You can always, from what I've seen, boxing will work out actually better if guys were to fight and then move on and probably meet back up later on. If you can meet back up later on, have a couple of fight some elite guys, and both of you guys are successful within that time, then y'all should fight each other again. But now they're trying to do resumes to where, I mean, not resumes, but rematches to the point where guys are fighting the same person over and over while missing out on good competition. Nah, well, it's too much of that going on right now. Canelo has a belt at a 168. And the 168s he's fighting weren't necessarily fights that people asked for. So his time at 168, I heard a lot of people saying, oh, well, he might fight this guy next. Man, he's not. The fact that people still look at him to push boxing forward, the reason why this fight is even a serious fight is because Terence Crawford signed a dotted line. Canelo was not prepared to fight a Benavidez or nobody, so they got to remember who actually making things happen right now. Yeah, Canelo just doing the same thing he been doing, fighting a guy who's smaller. He got an advantage over. Feels like he's more powerful than. They're acknowledging that has a huge size advantage over Terence Crawford. So yeah, but I didn't hear all this talk with other guys before Canelo fought them. That's why I'm kind of caught off guard. Just didn't hear this kind of talk with Charlo, Munguia, Berlanga. It's a lot of guys that would give Munguia a chance. And Munguia ain't done nothing in boxing like Terence Crawford has. And he came up from 160. Yeah, he stopped John Ryder, but like I said at the time that he did it, John Ryder was already on his way out. Then the man retired right after the fight. I'm not really impressed, and I'm saying this as I'm holding a high standard. I'm not saying that boxers are trash or nothing like that. I'm saying from a high standard, the guys that Canelo has been fighting has not impressed me. Canelo is not fighting killers in the boxing world. He's just not. The dude Shiraz got a one knockout over Berlanga, and now he looks stronger than anything Canelo done fought before. Got 2 more days, man. I don't want to be moonwalking on here. I'm kind of saving my energy, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to be moonwalking Saturday, though. Because I've seen this before. They was actually giggling. I want y'all to go back and look at Canelo versus Floyd. When they was introducing Floyd Mayweather and Canelo, they was actually giggling. Team Canelo was actually giggling at Floyd during the announcements because they like, man, look how small he is compared to Canelo. I can't believe he took the fight. They couldn't even believe it. Like, this dude took the fight to fight Canelo. Look how big Canelo is compared to Floyd. And around that time, what was everybody saying? They're the same size. And then Canelo, he 168 now. This man 168, and he was fighting Floyd Mayweather. That man was so big. He the only 168 Floyd that ever fought. That's how big Canelo is. Cause gaining weight like this ain't really a flex in boxing, unless you just really like Roy Jones or something like that. But yeah, you go from fighting Floyd early on, and now you a 68, bro. Floyd is not supposed to have no 168s on his resume. Yeah, that's kind of snakish. That's A side type of stuff. That's something an A side fighter would do. An A side fighter would get a 30s, a late in their 30s fighter, dude almost 40 years old, have him fight a guy who's walking around in 160 something, 20 pounds heavier, or 10 pounds heavier. But yeah, that's A side stuff. So when I heard Canelo recently talking about some, well, yeah, they was the ones who was asking about the claws. Stop it, dude. You think Floyd was waiting on? He put a clause in so he could fight you? This dude sound dumb. Floyd was fighting at 170, and this dude tried to make it seem like Floyd put a clause in so he could fight. This dude's a little, and then let me tell you what's crazy. Floyd came in at 150 and a half. Canelo came in 152. He used every pound he could. And they gonna try to make it seem like Floyd asked for the catch weight. Stu used every pound he could in that fight. 52. Even when Floyd fought De La Hoya, he was still 150, and De La Hoya was 54. So Floyd couldn't even gain over more than what, 151? He was 151 against Cotto, and Cotto was 154. So Floyd couldn't even gain over 50 pounds, over 150 pounds, really. Even if he tried. Yeah, let's be real, man. We've been getting away with a guy whose toughest fights have been smaller fighters up until the Bivol situation. Even now, his toughest fight with Charlo, one of his toughest fights. Charlo, one of your toughest fights, and he's a small guy compared to you. I don't know if people understand that he has trouble with even the small elite fighters. If they come to fight, he'll have some trouble. But Dimitri Bivol said a lot of these guys have fear and they be scared when they get in the ring with Canelo. You gotta think about it. Dimitri Bivol said guys who are champions, some of the best in their country, Olympians, Hall of Famers that jumped in the ring with Canelo have been scared. He said it multiple times. He said it during the Skull fight. I guess he was saying like Skull fight like he's scared. But I'm pretty sure he knew Skull was scoring though. But during the fight, he was saying a lot of guys are scared to fight Canelo. Like they get in the ring with him, they just scared. Yeah, I never considered his age. Floyd was amazing. Like his age was never something I looked at. Crawford, I kind of did, but then recently I kind of backed off of it. But yeah, I never looked at Floyd's because of his work ethic. Yeah, Canelo thought he was going in there and just gonna roll over Floyd. Like, yeah, Floyd gonna just no, that's not gonna be that type of fight. And Canelo, with that chin he got, he couldn't walk through none of those punches Floyd had. So I'm just be honest with y'all. That kind of brought me back to life with his power or his chin. Let me just say that as far as Canelo's chin. Everybody say, oh, he got a chin. That man couldn't walk down. He couldn't walk through the Floyd punches. So he not finna walk through no Terence Crawford punches. Not gonna happen. Yeah, that's definitely not happening. I don't think he got it in him. Canelo, he don't really take no risk when he going against anybody with a little bit of power. He didn't want to go through Amir Khan's punches. And Amir Khan's not known as a power puncher. Amir Khan was just on point. And that's what people say about Crawford. He's on point. He's precise. Wherever he wants to throw a punch, it's gonna land and it's gonna be right on target. And that's something that Canelo cannot risk. Canelo cannot risk trying to throw a big left hook. And you got Crawford that can possibly throw two punches the same time you're throwing one. So even if one misses, that other one is guaranteed to land. And you're gonna try to what? Go punch throw one every two punches for 30 minutes? It's not gonna work. So yeah, as far as his chin's overrated to me. If he really had a chin, he'll be walking through some punches. You would have seen some highlights how Triple G got his head snapped around by Canelo. You'll see a lot of those from Canelo. He's rolled a lot of punches. He's got caught in the inside a lot of times and rolled a lot of punches. He does that very fast. Canelo will roll a punch immediately. As soon as you hit him, boom, he'll roll a punch, then turn around and start countering. But as far as just taking flush shots and walking through punches, yeah, you've seen Terence Crawford do that. I've seen people recently say, oh, I've seen Terence Crawford get hit. Yeah, but you ain't seen him get dropped, though. You've seen other boxers like Inoue get hit like that one time and go spinning around like a ballerina. But you ain't never seen Terence Crawford get hit with no hook like that and he's spinning around. I wonder if Terence Crawford did get hit like Inoue did, what would people say? If he did get hit like Inoue, what would they say? What's up, Jordan Smith? What's going on? They'll say he ain't got no chin. He don't got chin, and he don't have power. Because I'm trying to figure out how Terence Crawford has shown that he can't take a punch. Because everyone that sits around and says, well, I've seen Canelo take punches from this guy and that guy. Canelo hasn't really sit here and went toe to toe with a power puncher to the point where he's taking all their best shots without trying to get out the way. Canelo is definitely hit or not get hit. When he's fighting a power puncher, he's doing a lot of moving. Against Danny Jacobs, he was doing a lot of moving. A lot of moving. So yeah, we gotta see. We gotta see, man. As far as what I came up with, I'm just gonna tell y'all. Last time I seen Canelo throw a real power punch, he broke his hand. At 35 years old, he's not letting him go like that. That's why him saying that he's gonna try to knock out Terence Crawford. If he doesn't get the knockout, if Terence Crawford gets up, if he drops him, if he gets up, Canelo's done. He's done. He's getting too many injuries trying to go for these knockout punches. That's why if you watch the last few fights, I'm telling you, I've been watching it over and over and over. If you watch the last few fights from Canelo, he does not try to go for a power punch. The last power punch he tried to throw was in Mexico against John Ryder. He dropped him. John Ryder got up. Canelo was injured, and he wasn't the same after that. And that was how long ago? How long ago was that? Against John Ryder. That was 2023. And then a lot of people say he was done after that anyways. They seen him lose the Bivol. He went the distance with Golovkin in a horrible fight. And then that John Ryder fight, he didn't stop John Ryder. A lot of people say he was done after that. I said, nah, he's not done. He was just hurt. Now, me not being a Canelo nut hugger, I said Canelo's not done. He was just hurt against John Ryder. He gonna end up beating up Charlo, but he ain't gonna get the knockout. All these dudes was talking about he's done. Now think about how long ago that was. That was 2 years ago. They said this man was done 2 years ago. Now they're saying against Terence Crawford he getting a knockout. I don't believe it. Especially coming from somebody who said he was done 2 years ago. And they say he was done just because he was going 12 rounds. So I'm not a hater. These people are bigger haters than we are. People talking about, oh, guys is Terence Crawford fans. And y'all Canelo nut huggers. Because this dude ain't did nothing that told you he gonna get a power punch, but you praying to God that he gonna get a power punch. This dude ain't knocked out nobody. If Terence Crawford ain't had a knockout since 2021, I wouldn't be up here saying, man, Terence Crawford finna knock out Canelo. I'd be like, man, this finna go 12 rounds. When Floyd Mayweather goes 12 rounds the same way Canelo does, because it looks identical to Floyd's resume, because most of these knockouts Canelo got is in Mexico anyways, if you want to keep it real. That's why I'm saying, man, people show Canelo respect in America, and they getting out of hand with it now. They talking like this dude knock out people like he Deontay Wilder. He does it. He's not outboxing a lot of people. He's not giving any effort against William Skull. I mean, he has a lot of questions he needs to answer. He's one of the only stars in boxing I know that uses the excuse of, oh, this guy ran, so that's why I look bad in the fight. Nobody says that. You don't see Bitterbeard out here talking about, man, Bivol was moving the whole time. That's why I'm 40 years old. He ain't say none of that. Then the man recently said, oh man, I was fighting at 6 o'clock. You was fighting at your regular time. Now it's still the same time over here that he would have fought. But because it was morning time over there, he didn't perform well. That was the worst excuse he ever had. He don't even know it. Canelo complaining about time recently was the worst excuse I've ever heard in boxing. This man fought at the same time he would have fought in Vegas. The same time he gonna fight against Terence Crawford. The same time he's been fighting his whole life. He fought the same time of Riyadh season. But because it was morning time over there, he's talking about he couldn't fight well. These are excuses. Anybody else? If this was Deontay Wilder talking about a heavy suit, this would be headline news. This would be headline news. Do they really care about your boy, honestly? Everything Canelo says, people don't really pick it up as headline news. I don't know if he's a star in boxing. If he is, we might need a new face of boxing. We need a new face of boxing that every time he says something, it's headline news and it's important. I don't like the fact that this guy says a lot of stuff and people don't really care. I don't like calling people the face of boxing like that. And people don't really care about him, don't know about his career, don't know how many knockouts he had in the last 10 fights. They know how much Benavidez weigh right now, but they don't know that Canelo ain't knocking out nobody. He going 12 rounds with 154s. I don't even know if he knocked out a 54 since who? What? How many 54s has he knocked out? Let's name the 54s he knocked out. Hey, let's play a game. Hey, let's name the guys at 54 that Canelo knocked out before. I ain't playing today. We're gonna name all the 54s Canelo knocked out. What's up, dog? What's going on? Hey, my bad. I was looking at another screen. I'm about to show y'all all the 54s that Canelo has knocked out before. Cause people been disrespectful. This is just for everybody who subscribed that want to hear something different. I know everybody been out here. Canelo this. Bro, we've been giving Canelo respect for 15, 20 years. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. I know it ain't been that long, but it feel like it. It feel like it been 20 years. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. So after he fought Ricky Hatton's little brother instead of Ricky Hatton, and I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Go look at Floyd versus Ricky Hatton. Go look at Floyd versus Ricky Hatton. That's all I'm gonna say. Go look at Floyd versus Ricky Hatton. And Canelo went 12 rounds. Go look at Floyd versus Ricky Hatton. And then go look at Canelo versus Floyd Mayweather and let me know who had a better fight. Ricky Hatton got stopped, but who had a better fight though? Who fought Mexican style? Was it Ricky Hatton or was it Canelo? So he got Ryan Rhodes. Seems like a decent fighter out of UK, but never heard of him back then. I wasn't even watching boxing like that around that time. Alfonso Gomez. Okay. Good one. Kermit Cintron. Okay. Shane Mosley, not a knockout though. Josezito Lopez. That's a knockout. Let's see. Angulo, that's a knockout. Kirkland, that's a knockout. Amir Khan's not a 54. Liam Smith, that's a knockout. So those are all 54, right? And Charlo survived. So he knocked all those guys out, but Charlo he couldn't knock out. We're gonna throw that out there. So those are the 54s that Canelo knocked out. Y'all telling me Terence Crawford couldn't knock them guys out? He already knocked out Amir Khan. The same round as Canelo. He can get those knockouts. Now look at the guys at 54 Canelo went the distance with. Same type of guy that Crawford will probably go the distance with. Mosley, 12 rounds. Austin Trout, 12 rounds. Lara, 12 rounds. Cotto, 12 rounds. Come on. And Chavez Jr., 12 rounds. What was Canelo doing? He had to be doing some kind of favor, bro. So, like, what 54s have Canelo really just put through the ground like that people are talking about in his whole career? Forget about, I don't care if Canelo weighed 350 pounds right now. What 154s has Canelo knocked out to the point where I should be worried that his skill set is just, he got power like that all of a sudden? If Canelo got power like Deontay Wilder Saturday, there's going to be a huge investigation. That's all I would say. So let's not hope he ain't got no new power popping up. He said Canelo last fight. What's up? Shout out to Jordan Smith. He said Canelo last fight was worse than Shakur versus Edwin, and the fight was for undisputed. They had like the fight didn't happen, bro. I'm glad Jordan Smith said that. Y'all know that these people do not want to walk around and call Canelo two-time undisputed. That's how terrible that fight was. That fight was so horrible that the only fight they're gonna call Canelo two-time undisputed in is the one he gonna have with Terence Crawford. Nobody calls this man two-time undisputed. Have y'all noticed that? They don't say, "Oh, Canelo," because it's the weakest undisputed fight in history. Stat padding. Dudes is out here stat padding. They getting 3-pointers after the 3-point line wasn't even made yet. That's what's going on. The weakest two-time undisputed. Terence Crawford got to get it out the mud. And I'm gonna say something else too. All them dudes, Canelo knocked out. If Terence Crawford had them on his resume as knockouts, people would say, "Oh, those guys trash." He ain't fought nobody. I'm just gonna say this one time because this is a lot deeper than what people realize. These are the guys he knocked out: Ryan Rhodes, Fonzo Gomez, Kermit Cintron, Josito Lopez, Angulo, Kirkland. Then you got Liam Smith. He's just 54, man. And the man was basically a 54. Now you got Terence Crawford that jumped up to 54. I mean, at 47. He went from the 30s to the 47. The man stopped Jeff Horn. He stopped Jose Benavidez. He stopped Amir Khan. He stopped Mean Machine. He stopped Kell Brook. He stopped Sean Porter. He stopped Avenesian. He stopped Earl Spence. These are all at 147. All those names are better than the guys that Canelo stopped at 54. So let's just throw Charlo in there as well with Canelo. And to be honest with you, at this point in your career, if you Canelo, you're supposed to be stopping a Charlo. You ain't supposed to be going 12 rounds with Miguel Cotto and Shane Mosley back then. And then you turn around and you going 12 with Charlo too. But everybody's saying, "Oh, well, Majamov, nah. 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 Nah, Majamov might still be around, man. If he can bounce back from what he got going on, he might still be around." These other guys I just named with Canelo, they ain't with no factors. We talking about a skill level that Canelo ain't reached yet. All that cutting corner stuff is adding up. Cause now he know, okay, I gotta take a real challenge to get the bag. But then a lot of people are already admitting this is not the biggest challenge he can take. But as far as the circumstances, it is. It's not a Benavidez as far as a 68 who's already there, and because people don't want to put Canelo in that position. They want Terrence. They okay with Charlo doing with moving up 2 weight classes, but they don't want Canelo to fight a guy like Benavidez though. So the fans is really hypocrites. They'll sit up here and say, "Oh, well, Terence Crawford is small. Nobody wants to see that." But then you're okay with Charlo going up 2 weight classes, but you don't want to have Canelo do the same thing against a guy like Benavidez, since you're already saying that he's 2 weight classes apart. If he's great, then he should be able to do it. Yeah, he thought Bivol was going to be one of the easiest guys, and it didn't happen. It's always that way. Canelo's always picking the second best or something like that. He's always picking the second best. It's always the second best, man. It's never the marquee guy at the time. Because if you look at a lot of these names, he got like Chavez, Liam Smith, Canelo been wasting time. He he wasn't getting better fighting these guys. I know everybody think he has. He wasn't getting better fighting these guys, bro. At the end of the day, he could have went ahead and fought Andre Ward. He fought Kovalev. Didn't want to make it happen. He could have been fought Kovalev. I mean Andre Ward. Could have fought Kovalev a long time too. But he could have fought Andre Ward. Andre Ward was the guy who wanted to fight him. Why would you fight the guy who lost to Andre Ward by stoppage? But you won't fight Andre Ward? So right then and there, I was like, yeah, he went up and fought Kovalev, but he got credit for it. But he wasn't fighting the best guy at that weight. He wasn't the best guy at the time at 54. Terence Crawford was trying to fight what's his name? He tried to fight everybody at 54, honestly, and none of the guys was available except Madramal. But yeah, the skill level is way higher than what people realize, man. Terence Crawford's skill level way higher than people realize. They're talking like he's just the average guy. I'm gonna tell you this right now. When I seen Floyd going against guys, I never said, "Oh man, Floyd got these guys scared." But with Terence Crawford, he be having these guys scared. Like he really has these guys scared. A lot of fighters. That's a lot of fighters who fear Terence Crawford more than people realize. A lot of them. So for them to be talking like, "Oh well, he's not he ain't no Floyd or nobody." Shoot, Floyd ain't no Terence Crawford. Shoot, he ain't no Terence Crawford. Floyd wasn't putting guys out like this. If Floyd would have fought Earl Spence, Floyd wasn't about to stop no Earl Spence. Nobody was running around stopping Earl Spence before Terence Crawford did. If they could have did it, they would have did it. People trying to make it seem like, yeah, everybody was. That's why people begging Earl Spence to come back to boxing now, because everybody ain't doing what he doing. But they trying to make it seem like everybody would just had a chance to stop Earl Spence. They should have did it already if they had a chance. That's my only thing. Just do it. That's the only thing I got about it, man. Just do it. They gonna find out soon though. I ain't been live, so man, I'm just on here kicking it, man. Appreciate everybody who on here. Everybody else who ain't on here, they worry about Saturday, bro. They scared for, they worry about Saturday. It's a lot of dudes invested in Canelo, bro. Which is fine, but the way they slanting it, the way they being overly biased about it, like Crawford doesn't have a chance. Yeah, I'm not even gonna wait around this week and be like, oh well, both guys, man, damn all that. I hope Canelo get his ass whooped Saturday. I'm gonna be talking shit Saturday. These fans who are sitting around here being bogus about the fight beforehand, you ain't getting nothing but bad responses later on. Because they're too biased about this fight, man. And it's really not a good thing going into the fight. It's really a waste of a good fight. They acting like we done had a lot of 50-50 fights like this recently. We haven't. This used to be normal in boxing a long time ago. When Canelo came into the sport, this was normal. Having big fights each and every year, multiple times a year. So yeah, it's a big deal because it doesn't happen a lot. And we haven't had a lot of fights that the fans have actually requested. Most of these guys have fought for undisputed, but that wasn't a fight that we wanted. That wasn't a fantasy fight. It was a good fight. Like Bitterbiv and Bivol was a good fight that a lot of us wanted to see, but they had to fight to get in that position. We're talking about fights that we just want to see from a fan standpoint, just requesting one. This is the first one, honestly. This is really the first fight. Because the fights that Turkey Al Sheik did earlier this year, that wasn't Ryan Garcia and Haney. So fans didn't really request for those fights. This is the first fight where it's really like, this is the one we want to see. Because everybody else had no ideas. I tried to think of some ideas that Canelo could possibly take as far as the fight next, but nobody really had any ideas because now the fact that Shiraz is like the number one guy, for some reason he skipped Pacheco. That shows how important that fight was to everybody. But now Shiraz is like the number one guy who's being asked to fight Canelo. So, yeah, they had no options. Yeah, this right here is saving boxing right now because nobody else is really stepping up to the plate. We've had multiple people jump in the ring with Canelo. They didn't really have a chance. They were just happy to be there. A lot of times fans will sit up here and, give the guy credit before the fight and say, the guy took the fight, though, so we got to give him a chance. And these guys do the same thing every time. They go in there and lay down. You know what I'm saying? We don't have really a lot of dangerous fighters out here. It's not a lot of scary guys you can put in the ring with Canelo. That's why you have to go to a weight class like 54, 47 to get Terence Crawford. They're not going to force him, Canelo in the ring with Benavidez. So, even though they still leave the door open for him to fight Bivol. So yeah, we just got to see, man. Just got to see. But this is the most skilled fighter that Canelo has ever faced, besides Floyd Mayweather. And it's not too far off. Floyd and Terence Crawford are two different kind of fighters. If anybody thinks Floyd Mayweather's opponents that he beat in the past, like Pacquiao, who didn't want to face Terence Crawford, that lets you know everything you need to know right there. Pacquiao has never said, "Hey man, I just need to fight Terence Crawford no matter what." We seen what he just did recently. He fought who? Barrios, right? They're not trying to put him in a ring with but he did. He almost fought Earl Spence though. Pacquiao did. He was gonna fight Earl Spence. But either him or whoever the promoters are that's in charge of that stuff, they know what time it is with Terence Crawford. Why not put Terence Crawford in the ring with Manny Pacquiao? That fight not happening, it makes no sense. But they already had other plans though, so it makes sense to me. But yeah, a lot of guys didn't want to face Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford was right there, down there at that weight class 35 when Lomachenko was down there at 30. People say, well, Loma was smaller. Loma was fighting smaller guys. That's what gets me about boxing. And that's what's going to change in the future. You're not going to be able to have guys like Loma come in and fight smaller guys, but then he's 5 pounds away from Terence Crawford. And everybody said, well, Loma's too small. That's not going to happen in boxing the next 10 years. That's why Lomachenko hung it up. He knows what time it is. All respect to Lomachenko, but Lomachenko knows what time it is now. He knew that all those days of being 5 pounds away from Terence Crawford and being the most skilled boxer in the Matrix and everything else, but you're not fighting the Terence Crawford. That's not going to happen in boxing no more. Those days are over. So a lot of guys doing that. fighting this guy at this weight, then jumping around with this guy, then later on circling back, fighting a Charlo that I should have fought at 54 or 60. That's what's really going on right now. A lot of that is coming to an end. This fight right here, it's a statement that the ducking and dodging is coming to an end. Even this fight alone right here, this was a duck and dodge fight because everything about this fight was, oh, well, we don't want to take this fight. Crawford's too small, and I don't get credit for beating the small guy. You was going to get credit for beating Floyd. Floyd is a smaller guy than you. They wanted Triple G to fight Floyd. Was he going to get credit for beating Floyd Mayweather? Doesn't make a lot of sense. If Barrios would have beat Tank Davis, would they have given him credit for beating Tank? Yes, they would have. Man, I don't know where these people be coming up with this stuff. They be like, man, these smaller guys, they're not gonna get credit for beating these smaller guys. Lomachenko got credit for beating Rigondeaux. Bro, y'all always give guys credit for beating smaller guys. Always. I mean, you put Lomachenko on pound for pound just for beating Gary Russell. Then they turn around and say, oh, Gary Russell ain't did nothing. Then I turn around and say, but who Lomachenko beat? Oh, he beat Gary Russell. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. The days of trying to figure out people who are trying to cause all kind of bad things in boxing to happen, those days are over with now. The picking and choosing and, oh, well, this guy represents my country. Well, in a minute, that's not going to matter. The way boxing is running right now, they need guys to represent their country. But when other people start getting into boxing, that's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. Canelo is the definition of representing the country, but you can't name no Mexican boxer that Canelo didn't help push through boxing. You can't name not one thing Canelo has done that improved American boxing. But you got a whole bunch of people out here that's like, yeah, well, he done this and that and that. I just need him to win and this. You need him to win for what? I've never seen so many people support a cheater before in my life. A guy who's cheated in boxing, getting support, more support than somebody who's number one pound for pound. Think about that. And people will say, man, nobody cares about that. We just want to enjoy the fight this weekend. If guys would have never cheated in boxing, I'm pretty sure everybody would have enjoyed boxing from the very beginning. If guys would have just fought their mandatories and not pick and chose which direction they want to go, I'm pretty sure people would just sit back and enjoy boxing. But this fight means a lot more than what people realize. The person who don't watch boxing every day, they don't really know what's going on. To be honest with you, I'm not even really getting in depth as far as the changes that being made. I let everybody else get into it. But I already said last year that next year boxing ain't gonna look the same as it was before. It's just not. You don't got too many promoters around talking before this fight happening. Y'all notice that? It's not too many promoters. The promoters who are talking, they saying some BS right now, making us a whole bunch of stuff. Not too many promoters talking right now. I'm hearing news come out right now. They're talking about Shakur and Tiafimo might be finalized this week. They got the Roach and Pitbull fight. Now they got Tiafimo and Shakur. That's all I'm worried about. All of that I'm hearing is the opposite of what's been going on in Canelo's career. Big fights get made that the fans want to see. Roach versus Pitbull, Shakur versus Tiafimo, Brian Norman versus Devin Haney. Sounds like the new generation is making fights that the fans are requesting and that they want to see. Canelo has not made a fight for the fans in a very long time. That's why I'm. It's only one way he has fans, and only one way he's keeping fans right now. And it ain't got nothing to do with no power. Canelo's keeping fans, but it has nothing to do with power. It has nothing to do with making the fights that they want to see. I don't know too many people that wanted to see William Skull, Berlanga, Munguia, Charlo, Ryder, and Golovkin 3 times. But if there is fans that wanted to see that, this is why we're at where we're at right now. Anybody who got to complain about turkey on the sheet, you got to blame the guys who put these certain boxing fights together and the promoters too. Because I know a lot of fighters right now. If I was a boxer, I'd be like, man, if I would have done things the right way, I would probably be able to get a turkey on the sheet fight right now. And not only is that good for turkey on the sheet, good for the money, but a lot of these guys are getting a lot more known. It's a lot of guys that Canelo fought that people don't know. Like the Yildirim guy, he walked down the street, nobody know who he is. Nobody know who that guy is. Everybody Floyd fought, people know who they are. When you're a star, you got to make stars in boxing. When you stop making stars in boxing, you're not a star. And Canelo's close to that level where it's not really making stars like that. Guys are getting more noticed and more popular because of how the magnitude of the fight, but he ain't making no stars in boxing. If he was, man, we'll know right now. We'll be like, hey, that guy who fought Canelo, he got this fight lined up, this guy, that guy, that guy. William Skull fought in May, and nobody knows what he's going to do next. So, yeah, we need people that's going to push this sport forward, man. Like I said last year and the year before that, these young guys, they're ready to make it happen. And it doesn't have to be $80 million or $150 million. And they doing 3-round fights now for women. 3 minute rounds, my bad. Doing 3 minute rounds for women boxing. But yeah, man, they gotta make these fights happen ASAP. It's gonna be a lot of big fights that's gonna be made. There's gonna be a lot of big fights that's gonna get made though. Like Terence Crawford and Canelo setting the standard on this one. That's why I gotta give Canelo credit. I definitely give Canelo credit taking this fight. Cause if you notice, a lot of the media and people they didn't want this fight to happen with Canelo and Terence Crawford. A lot of these people did not want this fight to happen. And to be honest with you, people will say, nah. But I think Pacquiao not fighting Crawford and Canelo fighting Crawford, that says a lot, man. No matter what you say, that says a lot. Gotta get a dude credit on that one. I know he moving up two weight classes. Yeah, gotta get a dude credit though. Yeah, I definitely gotta give him credit. Cause it seems like a lot of people do not, even before Terence Crawford fought Earl Spence. One of the only people that was a superstar that was saying, okay, I like Terence Crawford as a great fighter was Canelo. Canelo was one of the only people that said he was a great fighter. As far as these boxers walking around America or Mexico, yeah, he's one of the only guys. Everybody else hesitant or said something bad about him. He was one of the only guys that said it. So yeah, I know he got respect for Terence Crawford, but it's just the outside world. It's everybody. They don't respect a good skill for boxing from America. They just don't. I could come up with an excuse, but nah, they just don't like a skillful boxer from America. Americans don't. You gotta have some extra going on, like some Adrian Bronner, Mayweather type of stuff going on. Like to keep it real, Mayweather wasn't really even getting looked at until he started throwing money around. Before that, they weren't checking on Mayweather. They weren't checking on Mayweather like that. As soon as he started throwing the cash around, that's when everybody was like, "Oh, he money Mayweather." When he was Pretty Boy Floyd, then nobody care about that. Adrian Bronner the same way. No matter how people feel about Adrian Bronner, what he does, Floyd Mayweather already proved that you could be a boxer who just come in and do what you want, but people care more about the flashy side. And Terence Crawford, he's not like the flashy, so a lot of people don't want to relate to that. It's not the flashy or the violent or the openly tough guy. Yeah, but in America though, if you're like Andre Ward or somebody or Terence Crawford, you gotta do some flashy stuff. They want to see you throw some money around or something. Or you need a Mayweather cosign at least. If you ain't got the cosign, then you ain't going far. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people already know, man. This fight is between Canelo and Crawford. They know that it's been a lot of stuff going into this fight that's making people really question a lot of people's mentality. I'm sitting here watching the Ring magazine fight last night with one's Turkey out of sheep putting on. And you got Mike Coppinger talking about some Earl Spence's damaged goods. This dude talking like somebody off of Twitter or something. Like, bro, when y'all gonna hold him accountable? But let somebody online who black, let a black YouTuber or somebody say that, they gonna sit there and be like, man, you guys are, y- y'all don't got no respect for boxers. That's why we need real boxers to say something. Why ain't no real boxers calling out the fact that this dude Coppinger sitting up here calling a guy who lost one fight after being through a lot of wars damaged goods? Man, I wish somebody would say something. That's why you had a whole bunch of people trying to slick say something like they're gonna say something to me. Man, I ain't finna give y'all no time. Y'all be letting dudes like Coppinger say whatever. Then these dudes want to be the race police out here. Man, get out of here. Y'all notice everybody don't care about race until you start talking about being on code. Then everybody want to get in your business in boxing. Just want y'all to notice that. There be a lot of people that be black or look like they black, fake black people in boxing. They be acting like oh man, nobody care about that race stuff. Then you start talking about, oh man, what about being on code? Oh well, I care about that. I swear, when it comes to anybody else outside of an America's opinion about boxing, nobody really cares. They don't really get too much backlash. Yeah, it don't really be backlash. I've noticed that lately. That's the problem with boxing right there. That's the problem with boxing. You got to be a certain type of person to even have an opinion about something. That disgusts me in boxing. Boxing at an all-time low right now. People trying to make this a race Olympics, and I peep game, and it's people that didn't know. I didn't think that would actually do it. That's doing it. Where it's kind of like, bruh, when I talk this weekend after this fight, don't try to be buddy buddy with me then, cause I already see how a lot of y'all acting out here in the sports world, especially in boxing. Cause I already see what's going on. That's why I'm not really getting into the fight that much. Because the more I'm looking at everything, I don't really get too upset about fights. Like I seen Wilder fight Fury after all that stuff when they were talking about gloves and everything, and I wasn't that mad. But in this situation, I was mad, but I wasn't that mad. Like in this situation, it's kind of like this is why boxing is the way it is, and this is the only reason I'm mad. Because you got people that complain about boxing all day, but then they circle around and do the same thing they complain about. Like don't bring no skill into boxing. There's no skill being talked about in boxing. But they want me to sit up here and listen to these dudes talk about how guys like Wilder need skill in boxing. How he needs more skill than the other fighter he's in the ring with to win a fight. I can't stand these people who do stuff like that, bro. I can't stand these people. I really hate these people that do stuff like that. I really do. Every time they bring up this dude, Deontay, that's why I refuse to hear anybody's opinion about Deontay Wilder in boxing. I don't give a damn who it is. Canelo name come out is all about power. I am so sick and tired of hearing that crap when they don't even believe in the stuff they saying. Everybody needs skill except Tank and Canelo. Everybody need power except Floyd. Bro, I'm so tired of people talking like that in boxing, man. The way people are talking, they finna get left behind. Like, I'm trying to save them, but it's no saving them. It ain't no saving them. They finna get pimped for real. They finna get pimped. Because they know now all I gotta do is give somebody from this country, put them in a little fight. These folk gonna be cheering or whatever. Yeah. Oh, they came here to see a Mexican fighter. That's it. Oh, okay. Let's get one of those then. Put them in main event. Sell us some tickets. Oh, that's all y'all showing up for? All right. Let me put them at the main event so y'all stay the whole time. How about that? You getting pimped, man. You getting pimped. and you ain't getting no big fights out of it. You're getting pimped and you're getting no big fights out of it. The big fight you're getting right now is the one you didn't want. So you can't claim this one. They settling for their favorite boxers fighting guys they ain't never heard of. They got high standards for Terence Crawford. They say Deontay Wilder need to fight somebody elite. They say Lomachenko done enough in boxing. Say the same thing about Fury, Joshua. When it comes to Fury, he all his skills matter. He don't need no power. Let's talk about the guys who don't need power, but all they have is skills. Usyk doesn't have power. He has skills. They believe in him. Fury, they believe in him. Who else? Just skills, no power. Loma, Mikey Garcia. Who else? Sonny Edwards. Who else has no power, but they believe in him? I mean, we can name many. Like, what are we talking about? Why, when it come down to this guy, the power don't matter? Terence Crawford got all kind of power, but that don't matter though. He's one of the most powerful people that Canelo's been in the ring with. Doesn't matter. But let me tell y'all this though. Why nobody use that same reasoning when they say Tank Davis can go up? I heard people saying Tank Davis can go up and fight Terence Crawford. Why they didn't say that that size was a problem in that situation? I don't understand that. I didn't hear anybody saying that size was going to be a problem for some of these guys moving up from 40 and 35. A lot of this stuff I just never heard before. I know people been talking about it for a couple of months, even a year probably, but just have to remind people how insane some of these conversations are when it comes to this matchup coming up. Because nothing I'm hearing is intelligent or makes me go, It makes me go, oh, okay. He said, my fear is his power won't hurt Canelo. It probably won't hurt Canelo, but Canelo's, as far as I know, Canelo's never been hurt, but he has lost. So being hurt and Canelo loses, he will be hurt. He'll be hurt more than he's ever been. He definitely gonna be hurt. But as far as the power is overrated. It sounds like a heavyweight fight to me. I never heard so many people talk about power until this recent fight with Canelo. Usually we're just talking about outboxing guys. We said both Hall of Famers, no need to disrespect either fighter. You said disrespect either fighter. I ain't know the truth was disrespectful. That's crazy. BM saying a whole bunch. What? You said Canelo has. I think it's because Canelo has been. Bro, Canelo couldn't walk down a pillow fist Floyd Mayweather. No matter what anybody says about Canelo or the fight coming up, people don't really know about Canelo like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Canelo is a very popular fighter, but people don't really keep up with Canelo like that to the point where what everybody's saying right now, it's just they're just talking, bro. People don't really keep up with Canelo like that, and this is why I'm laughing at everything that's going on in boxing because if people are not going to keep up with Canelo, this dude fought Floyd early in his career. People have known him since he was 23, but people don't really know about this guy. People don't really know about Canelo like that. And it shows where we are in boxing to where a guy can be on TV every day, every Saturday he could be fighting, every big Mexican holiday he could be fighting, but people don't really know about the guy like that. They know more about other fighters and even guys like Shakur and Devin Haney. Fans know more about those guys than the Canelo. They don't really know about this guy. The fact that people are talking about Canelo like he's a power puncher, people do not know who Canelo is. That's like walking around and saying Bernard Hopkins, he's a power puncher. Like people don't know really anything about this guy. And boxing is going to pass on by. He's 35 now. It's over with. It's a new era now. That's just my whole point about it. Like leading up to this fight, it's not really a real conversation about Canelo's skill set. I think boxing is about to pass him by. I really do. I honestly do. Because you can't look at Terence Crawford for the past 10 years and not think that he's a good boxer. Nah, boxing not finna move forward like that. Anybody who a boxing fan and you think you don't know if Terence Crawford's a elite fighter or not going into Canelo fight, bro, boxing is in reset mode. No matter if anybody wants it to be or not. It's gonna be on Netflix in a minute. This Saturday, boxing is in a whole different mode now. It's not the same as it been. This is not your granddaddy, your daddy's boxing. This is a whole different ball game. People are bringing less and less flags to the boxing matches. It's over with. It's a whole different thing now. They're not gonna run boxing just off race and this guy comes from this country and that country. It's not building up boxing like that. The people who are, they're investing in certain countries, but those countries don't watch boxing. If those countries watch boxing, those guys wouldn't have to leave those countries to put a pay-per-view on. They're at a stalemate right now. We're at a point right now where we got two of the best fighters in the game. The media does not respect Terence Crawford. They're treating him worse than guys like Munguia and Berlanga. And, that's what boxing is right now. And a win like this will change it. And Canelo win will basically have us looking at Canelo versus Jake Paul in the future. So no matter what nobody says about Canelo or anybody, Canelo's goal is to fight Jake Paul. So if anybody wants to invest in that, yeah, absolutely go pick Canelo. I have no problem with anybody picking Canelo. But just know that Jake Paul right around the corner. This ain't no dude who finna just start putting on some at 35. Now he gonna start fighting the best of the best of the best. Nah. He's fought a smaller fighter who everybody admits that's small, that possibly get knocked out early, and they look at him as not as good. We just got to keep it real, man. At the end of the day, bro, I'm not really tripping. As far as me, I said the same thing with Roach. When Tank was fighting Roach, I was like, hey man, this guy Roach, he got a little bit of power. Oh man, he ain't got no power, man. He got a loss to Jamel Herring. I seen people do that recently. Now they waiting on Roach versus Esau Cruz. Now everybody excited about that. So the fights that people are looking forward to, they're never the fights that people are actually gonna end up getting because the results is never gonna be perfect. And a guy like Canelo should have been fighting guys like Terence Crawford on the regular. This fight should have happened a year and a half ago. But you got guys like Turkey Al stepping in and making them changes. The changes got to be made, man. We've gave a lot of years to the Zone, Showtime, PBC. PBC still put on decent fight, but one fight a year though. Charlo fight once a year. That's not gonna push boxing forward. And you got these misfits guys fighting 4 or 5 times a year. A lot of these boxers on misfit is popular than a lot of pro boxers right now. No matter what anybody says, how they feel about this fight this weekend, you got misfit boxers who people call social media Instagram boxers. They're more popular than a lot of boxers now, or getting that way. They're getting a lot of pro boxers. And guess what? With the industries and the way that society is going, they're going towards views and likes. So if misfits boxing, if Instagram boxers are getting more views than pro boxers, no matter if what country they from, they're not finna invest in these guys. You already have other fighters coming to America to get certain positions to fight. So it's not enough space to go around to come to one country and everybody got to come here to get an opportunity. Or even if you go to Saudi with Turkey Al Sheikh, they didn't put themselves in a bad position already. That's why instead of everybody just putting these fights together and keeping the attention on strictly the pro boxers, you done made it to where the most active boxers are the guys who ain't even pro boxers. The guys who's Instagram boxers. They're the most active boxers right now. They fighting 4 or 5 times a year. They fighting on the same platform, big venues. I think they even got their own box rec or something like that. So yeah, this ain't no little stuff that's just going on. Like the Jake Paul and Tank thing is gonna take it to another situation, but this isn't something that's just normal now. It's normal now, but hasn't been normal in the past. But yeah, it's a lot. Why everybody trashing Terence Crawford, that's cool, but it's fighters who's not as popular as him that they gonna make it hard for him. Look how much this man gotta do to actually get a chance to show that he's one of the best. Tell you, he's gonna be a lot of sad people this weekend, boy. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's gonna be a lot of them this weekend. I already see it. Cause what they trying to turn this fight into, instead of just being a great fight, they turn it into something else, and it's not gonna turn out how they think. It's not gonna turn out how they think. They did the same thing with Ryan Garcia. I ain't heard nobody mention him since. Same thing. They won't even let you mention that guy no more. So I know what time it is when people want to paint Terence Crawford or any other fighter like that in a certain position, but yeah, he ain't none of these guys. For sure, for sure. And that's what scares people. People are scared right now. You got people making different kind of predictions before the fight happens. You got people being emotional over Canelo. Like we've been talking about the fight for goddamn months. And now you got people right before the fight happening talking all kind of crazy about what kind of fighter Terence Crawford is and what he's done. It's like, okay, man, I see what's going on, bro. I'm like, I see now. It's been going on way too long. That's why I say, man, pray to God that Canelo does not lose this weekend. He better not look bad. It better be dominating fashion. It better be. It better be. Honestly. Because from what I seen, if you relying on a Kovalev and Caleb Plant knockout, it's finna be over. It is about to be over. A lot of people expect Terence Crawford to be like Floyd. They'll go out there and win. Nah. He ain't got to be Floyd. He ain't got to be Dimitri Bivol. He could be the same guy that was in that Earl Spence fight. Or he could be anything close to it. People know what time it is with Terence Crawford. They know, man. They know. Leading up to any other fight, people could just treat this fight like it was Charlo or Golovkin. Those were big fights too. They can treat those fights the same way. Amir Khan, when he came up, you can treat those fights the same way. Because Amir Khan had size issues against Canelo. And he was already a smaller guy. And Amir Khan was already small. And then Amir Khan said this too, man. Amir Khan said Canelo. He said Canelo must have been around 180 pounds. He's a big dude. Even when I was hitting him, I could see he wasn't moving or wasn't hurt or anything. I jumped up too high. I didn't expect Canelo to be that big. But I'm not going to say that they cheated me or anything, but because I took the fight, I knew what I was getting into. This man said Canelo was probably like 180 when he fought him. And that was 2016. Man, y'all don't stop it. This man fought Amir Khan around 2016. And this man talking about he was 180, possibly. $180? I can't believe this nigga came in here just now talking about no need to disrespect either fighter. I'm being nice today, but usually they get you blocked. This nigga ain't nobody sat up here and said nothing about people saying Terence Crawford got a shoulder injury. Are y'all telling those guys not to be disrespectful to the fighters? This is how you know this dude right here wants Canelo to win. I'll tell you why. And nothing wrong with that, but I'm gonna tell you why though. Everybody is running around right now making whole videos about Terence Crawford in a negative way. That's why I said, man, it's deeper than what people realize. These people want to keep an agenda going where it's man-made boxers who've been fighting smaller guys like Amir Khan 25 pounds heavier than 10 years, almost 10 years ago. He been fighting smaller guys. Fighting smaller guys for 10 years. And these same people, when they see Tank or somebody doing it, oh yeah, I see Tank don't do nothing but fight smaller fighters. I said, man, he doing the same thing Canelo doing now. Oh, but he ain't Canelo. That's where we go with the favoritism. Canelo ain't Floyd. Why is he doing stuff that? Oh no, I'm just talking about boxing. That's it. I'm just I'm just chilling. I'm just talking about boxing. I know a lot of people they picking Canelo this weekend, so they upset that I'm saying a lot of stuff that other channels aren't saying. But I ain't on one. Cause I could talk like this every day. It's always some stuff going on, but I'm just saying the facts. I'm just saying the facts. Really, my video was actually supposed to be about Terence Crawford being one of the most disrespected fighters ever, but no, I'm just speaking some facts on it. I'm just going live. Whoever in here, cause a lot of these dudes they be hating, bro. They'll slide by to say stuff like this, but a lot of these dudes be hating secretly. Cause I don't see nothing that I'm saying that's what's wrong with society right now. What I'm saying right now is for some reason being painted as a negative to tell the truth about a cheater. A dude who cheated in boxing is being protected. Boxing is cooked to the highest degree. We have to start all over. We're starting all over in November with guys like Brian Norman, Devin Haney, Benavidez, all these guys. We're starting all over. Because this right here, the standard that's being set, every time a black fighter set up, he got to sit up here and have a fight with somebody. It always got to be a whole bunch of narratives. People ain't enjoying that. People are going to just watch the fight, say, okay, cool, it was free on Netflix. That's why they got to make fights free now. People used to want to pay for fights. People were stealing fights before the internet was around. If anybody didn't know that, they were stealing Tyson and Holyfield fights back in the day while they were live. People just don't want to pay for something they didn't ask for. That's insane. It's insane that the people who actually start doing that. Something you ain't never asked for, but you gonna pay for it. When did boxing start going from, okay, I want to see the best two guys fight, to now, oh, I just want to see this fighter get some money in his pocket? Well, hit his goddamn cash app and send him the money directly. Quit wasting our time in boxing talking about you want to fatten the boxers' pockets. Well, damn, y'all got the fan base is big enough. Ask him to put his cash app up and send it to him. Y'all finna make us wait 6 to 8 months to build up a fight with a dude fighting nobody. So fans these days gonna be like, well, I want the fighter to get paid. Shit, I want every fighter to get paid, not just your fighter. Yeah, I want to see every boxer get paid, not just your fighter. That's what's wrong out here. Oh, I just want to see one guy get paid. Everybody else, they on their own. Well, you sound like a wife. You want to see one person get paid, but you don't want to see the rest of these boxers get paid? You know how guys get paid? By fighting your mandatory. That's how everybody get paid. Then everybody told us, I'm glad the Tank fought Roach, because Roach got paid. Now they don't even want Roach to get a rematch. These dudes they never wanted Roach to get a payday. They just wanted to save face for Tank. They didn't want no boxer to get no payday. Everybody who said that, then they're complaining about Roach celebrating a draw. But then y'all the same ones that said, oh, that's Tank homeboy, he need to get a payday. They're only focused on one fighter. When I grew up in boxing, it wasn't like that. Boxing not gonna survive like that. Everybody don't watch wrestling and sit up here and watch Stone Cold or The Rock or whoever they got these days. What's that dude everybody start tuning in and watch? CM Punk. That dude don't even wrestle no more. You're not finna have wrestling just running off of one person. You're not finna have boxing doing that. And ever since boxing's been doing that, it ain't been the same. That's why I don't know if people don't understand it or not. You got a whole bunch of Mexican fans running around. Yeah, it's Mexican pride. Bro, y'all only got one pay-per-view fighter right now. Then you got Benavidez, who people ain't even trying to claim. Well, they're going to claim him when they feel like it. You know, everybody going to come together when it makes sense. So they ain't really even building nobody. I'm trying to figure out all the guys that Canelo got that's putting into the game. Oh, what, Ryan? No, Ryan can't do no fights on his own. We already peeped that out. Ain't nobody even trying to figure out who he fighting. So all this hot air and the narrative driving and everything that people are talking about, it's not helping the sport as a whole. Turning boxing into the race Olympics is going to be death for boxing. And it has already. And we're already there. If it wasn't Terence Crawford fighting right now with Canelo Alvarez, nobody would have a fight that's lined up right now that would be interesting. Everybody's checking out Brian Norman and Devin Haney. This is about the 100th year in a row where a guy who everybody said that was ducking is taking a big fight. That lets you know again why the news is out of hand. Brian Norman was a guy that everybody said that was ducking last year. Now they're waiting on his fight. So I'm just trying to figure out where all this is, how all this is actually helping. Like, is people insane or what? I feel like I'm around a whole bunch of drug addicts. Are people insane or what? Just keep lying about boxing. Yeah, let's keep lying about boxing, and then let's see how far we go with that. Yeah, Earl Spence was trash. Who else? Man, gross. Really? We got professionals talking like this? Like, man, it's September. I mean, boxing been straight this year. It been straight. But man, all this talent in boxing, and the one guy that's gonna give you a good fight. Oh man, let's get him out of boxing. How many times they gonna do that? That's something that's normal. If the guy that gives you the most fights, the big fights that everybody want to see, they want to get him out of boxing real bad. Y'all ever notice that? You ever notice that? The biasness is getting out of hand, man. Yeah, appreciate everybody for tuning in, man. But yeah, we got to go through this one. Seem like a lot of people on code right now. A lot of people jumped on code this week. Y'all can't tell me. I don't want to hear nobody say nothing about no on code no more. Telling you. I wouldn't even watch a channel that says something like that on everything I love. All these dudes on code this week. Then people talking a couple of weeks ago, oh, on code? What does that code stuff mean? That shit, that stuff like that, bro. That stuff like that's that get people hurt in real life, man. That's why people don't go outside no more. Everybody jump on code, then want to look at somebody directly in the face and be like, man, what y'all talking about on code? Society is disgusting right now. We done got to the point now where you can't even mention. You can mention. People can talk about Floyd right now like he a trash fighter right now. But with Canelo, nah. Got to make sure you show him some respect. This is why boxing is where it's at, man. Until we get to the days where people get treated normally, as someone who really has flaws inside and outside the ring, we already know dudes is cheating out here. And then you got people going into the fight with like, man, what about the judges? What about, bro? That's the reason why all of this stuff needs to be discussed. Why is this even normal? You know what I'm saying? Why is this even normal? I mean, I never seen one fighter in so many fights that had things that dealt with judging and testing. Like, man, it'd be crazy to me. Every time I turn around, man, I'm like, man, what's the news? Then somebody said on Canelo has been picking and choosing his opponents carefully for the last 5 years. Except September 13th will be another cherry pick going terribly wrong. Yeah, we see the writing on the wall, man. I already know what time it is. That's why I'm getting mine out the way now. What time is it? Yeah, man, this is it's gonna be a good direction that boxing going in. And we and I'm not gonna change my position on this as far as how I feel about the fight coming up because if this fight doesn't turn out well, I don't think the boxing world will be able to hold a lot of like when people was talking about the judges and stuff. I don't think the boxing world is gonna be able to hold a lot of people attention. I just don't. They cannot make a mistake in this fight. They cannot with the judging, the referees. I'm not really worried about any of it. Testing, nothing. They cannot make a mistake going into this fight. I don't think they will, but they cannot make a mistake going into this fight. They just can't. And I don't think Canelo is in the best position to really be successful for this type of fight. But he is a very good opponent. But from what I've seen recently, just doesn't make a lot of sense for him to actually to be successful in this type of fight. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Especially what I seen from him in the William Skull fight recently. Man. But Canelo's another guy I feel sorry for because how is he having performances like this and nobody cares? Is he getting support because of where he's from or because he's a good talent? Now, if he's getting support because of where he's from, you can't take him serious or his legacy. He don't have no legacy. If he just built off of where he's from. Now, as far as what he's done inside the ring, He has a real legacy, but do people care? Because coming into this fight, it's like people are talking about the fight, like, ah, man, nobody want to see this. And then they're talking about the size. Well, fight Benavidez then, man. What are y'all talking about? If this dude that big, he need to be fighting Benavidez. He needs to get out of 168. He should have been away from 168 before he fought Munguia. But people don't understand when things are set up perfect for somebody and when they're not. They just don't understand that. For somebody who's been fighting in America for the past, I don't know, almost 20 years, about 15 years, Canelo doesn't have a lot of American names on his resume. The same way I looked at that with Williams Zepeda, the same way I look at that with him. The same way we look at it with Tank Davis is the same way I look at him. He is not training himself against a lot of American talent. For him at 35 to bring in a Jerron Ennis, probably sparred him before, who knows? But to get that look at 35, it worries me about Canelo. I don't think he's been in there with that style like that. And for him to have a hard time with Williams' score, he's going to struggle, man. Whether with the knockout or without it, he's going to struggle. He's definitely going to struggle. I wish he would have had some more competitive fights the last few years, because then I would be sitting around here saying, okay, Canelo's a guy who will be able to handle this kind of style or this style, but nobody knows because he ain't fought against that many styles. You can't really look through his resume and figure out a style close to Terence Crawford. Then when somebody says, well, what about Floyd? They're like, oh, well, Terence Crawford not like Floyd. It's not my fault that Canelo ain't fighting no slick fighters like that. I think that's a problem in the boxing game more than anything. That's why mandatories is a must. This man would have a better resume with the mandatories that he would have had than the resume he has now before this Crawford fight. But could be the politics. Who knows? Who knows, man? But what direction are they gonna turn after this fight? Because I see right now people are just invested in the fight because Canelo's fighting another American fighter. Because people wasn't even tuning in for the Williams Skull fight. I thought people forgot about that fight. They weren't even tuning in for the Williams Skull fight. So what are they gonna say about this one? You got to be able to actually go out here and box against a guy like Crawford. Can't go out here and try to be a power puncher. And then it just seems like fear leading up to the fight because all these narratives about Crawford. You would think that more things would be said about Canelo Alvarez. Most of the time, when guys are boxing, especially a guy like Canelo, they're talking about the guy like Canelo. They're not talking about Crawford leading up to the fight. But most of the time in this build up, they've been talking about Crawford. They know he's a threat, man. They know he's a threat, and they know that this skill level that Canelo's gonna face is not like anything he's faced before. But this dude out here guaranteeing knockouts, man. Come on, man. This dude guaranteed a knockout. Yeah, they talking about some. What they said? Ryan Garcia said Canelo's not intense anymore. Well, I'm glad he noticed that. Yeah, I'm glad he noticed that though. Oh, Tim Bradley said that Canelo loss to Crawford will be more damaging than a defeat to Benavidez. I actually agree. But the only reason why is because how low people have actually set the bar for Terence Crawford. Some people have lowered the bar for Terence Crawford so far that him competing with Canelo and beating him, yeah, he'll make it seem that way. Yeah, I agree with that. That's the only thing that's kind of tripping me out right now about how people feel about this fight because saying that Terence Crawford is not um on the level of a Canelo or something like that, it's just bad going into the fight. It's just bad. Cause the man lose. I'm not finna sit up here and be like, well, I'm giving everybody a chance to do it now because after the fight, I'm not gonna sit around and bring up how good Canelo's legacy is and everything else. We've already went across that. And I'm starting to figure out that people not really rocking with Crawford like that. And that's cool, but from the other boxers I've seen get credit, man, then they got an article coming out about this. Uh Trainer was working with Canelo. Oh yeah, I'll talk about this later. Yeah, I didn't know who this guy was. Canelo's hour. I've always been a clean fighter. Yeah, but man, I just American boxing, man, it gotta do better, bro. From what I'm seeing, man, gotta do better, man. Gotta do better. That's why I'm just waiting on the win at this point. No matter what I say, it ain't gonna change nothing. At this point, man, just gotta wait on the fight. You just have to. This man went out there and got booed yesterday. They ain't boo Munguia. This man went out there got booed yesterday though. This man went out there and got booed. That's crazy. So we know who everybody wants to win. Going for the underdog, ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't know how you're an underdog you never lost before. That's kind of where I'm stuck in right now. I don't know how you're an underdog you never lost. But yeah, man, it's a lot of things going on right now in the boxing world, which is we need some different stuff going on. But with this Canelo situation, I'm so glad this fight happened. So glad. It shows a lot of stuff that really should worry people about boxing, like the judging being a issue before the fight happening. It's a lot of stuff. It's like, bro, we can't have a fair fight no more. Like even in 2025, you're not sure if you're gonna have a fair fight. Then the scariest part is last year people said, no, we having fair fights. Then comes to find out when you actually wasn't. So it's like everybody is scrambling right now. And it's not for a good reason either. But yeah, this has always been something I've looked at with Canelo, and it's like, man, come on, man. Do y'all see LeBron get criticized in the NBA? When y'all turn on Skip Bayless and all these other people, he's getting criticized. And it's after winning championships and everything. It seems like everybody off limits except certain people in Boston. You can't push the sport that way, man. If you already got people chosen to be the guy before the fight even start, how far the sport can actually go? Because I already know now that method has crippled boxing to this point. I can't tell you how many people have been in charge of boxing since I've been alive. It's been all over the place. They had heavyweights in Europe for a long time. It's been all kind of things going on. So I think this is the closest we've ever been at trying to see who's the best across the board. But yeah, it still need work though. Still need some good reporting out here. There's no reason why Terence Crawford should be having any of these questions asked before the fight. And we've already been seeing the skill set against elite fighters. Yeah, but um, with this fight coming up, Canelo got to show me something though. Honestly, I thought Canelo like a month ago, 2 months ago, I thought Canelo would he would actually be in a good position as far as this fight, but he got to show me something. That man has not been performing at a high level, man. It's a one-sided argument all the way down. That's why I don't even want to talk about Canelo no more. I've been talking about Canelo for a while, but as far as his career and everything and his skills, man, we already been talking about all that already. We've already talked about it. Everything this man doing right now, it's lucky to be honest with you, because Benavidez really could be in this spot right now. This really could be a Charlo versus Crawford and Benavidez versus Canelo. This could have been that situation. We always have to remember who's the one that's taking all challenges. Like Canelo said one time, I'll fight anybody. Yeah, but you said you wouldn't fight Benavidez though. Benavidez is anybody. Yeah, Benavidez is anybody. Telling you, man, I'm looking for them. I'm looking for them fighters that's challenging, that really want to fight everybody. And we got a lot of people like that in the next generation. I'm still hearing Floyd get blamed for the fights that Canelo's taking. You got to understand that Floyd hasn't really boxed anybody in a while at the pro level, but he's still getting blamed for a lot of stuff. And he passed the torch to Canelo, didn't he? That's what that kind of was. I never seen a guy who lost got passed the torch, but he passed the torch to Canelo. So he's the one that's responsible for the state of boxing. And I don't expect everybody to start holding him accountable today. But he will be rewarded if he's successful. If he goes out here and knocks out Terence Crawford first round, people gonna say how he brought back boxing and saved it, and um, he changed it. That's what they're gonna say. But there's still a lot of matchups he could have taken before this fight. So with that being said, why Terence Crawford don't get the credit? Why would he not get the credit if he's doing something that others wouldn't want to do, especially going up from 35? You got guys that go up for 35 that's not going to go to 54. So yeah, that's not an easy feat for these people to do. But if Terence Crawford gets no credit for this, moving up, nobody gets credit. Nobody gets credit. This is what moving up. This is how moving up is going to backfire for a lot of people. If this man moves up all this weight, he's moving up, and he doesn't get credit, nobody's going to want to do it. It's getting to a point now where you get a draw with Tank Davis or somebody, you ain't getting credit. People can feel how they want to feel about certain things, but I'm not the one who's pushing boxing to the point where if you get a draw with Tank Davis, they're going to say that's a bad thing. They consider that a bad thing now in boxing. They say, oh, you got a draw with Tank? Man, that ain't nothing. So it's not me saying that I feel like boxing is nothing. But when you have the best guys with the best skills and you have other people testing it against the best and they're not getting that kind of credit, moving backwards. First it was Roach. Now it's Terence Crawford. And I made a lot of videos about the similarities with Crawford and Canelo and Tank. Not on purpose either. They don't have similarities on purpose. They ain't trying to be similar. It just sometimes they get treated the same. But yeah, when guys gonna start getting credit for taking the fight with them? Because it used to be okay. This guy's taking a challenge. This is the crazy part. I'm saying that Canelo is taking the challenge with Crawford, but he's the bigger guy. So Crawford should be the one getting the credit, right? Yeah, the bigger guy should definitely not be getting more credit than the smaller guy. But that's a position, and you have people saying that, hey, Crawford will get the credit. He hasn't even got credit for taking the fight. I highly doubt somebody who didn't give him credit for taking the fight will give him credit for anything else. So with the whole Dimitri Bivol thing, I was looking recently, and I've been looking at it for a while. I don't know if Dimitri Bivol is levels above Terence Crawford as far as skill. I don't know if Dimitri Bivol is levels above Terence Crawford. And it's crazy. I wasn't thinking that recently. I'm like, Dimitri Bivol is him and Terence Crawford is not. That's not something I would try to compare. But Dimitri Bivol is actually a very dangerous fighter. But I just don't know if he's very dangerous like Terence Crawford is when it comes to the strategy and the instincts. A lot of Terence Crawford instincts are to kind of dismantle somebody. I think Bivol, he's more so like making sure he's disciplined through everything. He's a lot more disciplined and um, a lot more sharp on things. But with Crawford, it's like controlled chaos, but it's controlled at a high level though. But it can go anywhere quickly. It can turn into a brawl, be a technical fight for a minute, inside fight. You can keep it on the outside. A lot of things can happen. But I didn't see till recently where I was like, man, he could possibly, even with Bivol saying that he has a high IQ, Crawford can go in this fight and make some things really happen, man. And then this guy Taporia, Ilya Taporia, I don't know why he started calling out Crawford before this fight. He must think that Crawford gonna win. Yeah, he called him out before the fight like he's gonna win. And then we got some fights coming on today. I gotta see what time those fights come on. I was gonna put some videos out about it. I might still do it. But yeah, they got Hackett and all those guys coming on today. And I'm gonna turn that on soon. Uh yeah, it should be around like 8. I don't know. I thought it would be like 6 o'clock. See, I'm gonna look on this. It might be the. Oh, let me see. I'm not keeping up with the schedule like that. That's how I know I'm all over the place. Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody hitting the like button too. But yeah, they know what time it is, man. And to be honest with you, the whole system, I just want the whole system to fall, man. This ain't got nothing to do with Canelo, really. We just need to we just need the system to fall. Canelo already did his job by taking the fight. We just need the system to fall, man. Just really need to see it fall. That's it. I want to get back to the point where I know where a guy has a chance. He ain't got to have no judges or nothing that's in the way. They got a story coming up soon. I just ran across too. Uh, that hopefully a lot of people will be talking about later on, but we'll try to get this story out before too many things happen. But yeah, Canelo, man, I hope he have his stuff together. Cause something I seen just now is not okay. Yeah, that definitely wasn't okay. Yeah, we got Jaleel Hackett fighting tonight too. I had to double check on that. Got him fighting. Bro, they got some news that just came out about Canelo having a trainer that's traveling with him. Oh, so Canelo got his own Victor Connie over there now. Okay, about to be some. Yeah, I'm about to see some good news in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about this later. I'm gonna come back on later on tonight about this. Canelo got his own Victor Connie out here. What's going on, man? It's the wrong week to be doing this. That title might throw people off. They'll be like, "What?" He has a Victor Connie type of dude out there with him right now at the Terence Crawford fight. Let's see, and it's all allegedly, but they say he was the target. He was the. Let's see. They said the trainer that Canelo is working with now was advertising substances online on social media. Worked with Canelo in 2017 to 2018. This dude worked with Canelo from 2000. Hold on. This dude worked with Canelo from 2000. My bad. This dude worked with Canelo from 2017 to 2018. I had to, had to clear my throat real quick. Let me see. Oh no, hold on real quick. Uh, for a second stint since the spring of 2023, man. Oh yeah, this ain't good. I'm gonna have to do a story about this later on. So Canelo got a dude out here that was working with him, nutritionist, that was advertising performance enhancing drugs prohibited for use by athletes on his personal and business Facebook accounts. Um, and now he's working with Canelo, and he worked with him before and had some issues as far as PEDs, um, advertising some stuff that was prohibited. Doesn't say that he gave anybody anything or was guilty of it, but it's definitely a lot of stuff they're talking about as far as guys getting supplements similar to what he got and possibly getting suspended for that. Not the same ones like from the trainer, but in other parts of the sporting world. This man has a trainer working with him. That could be possibly what? And he was working with him during the time where he got caught with Golovkin. Oh yeah, this ain't good right here. This ain't good. This is definitely not good. Dang. This dude working with a guy who taking PED. I mean, that was taking advertisements and stuff with PEDs, and he's working with the guy now. Dang. Last May, shortly after joining Team Canelo, the say he has never worked with he was cleared last week. Man, this is a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right now with this Canelo situation. So he has a trainer right now or a nutritionist that he's been working with. That was around the time he failed the test with the Golovkin. So this is the same guy that's sticking around. Man, that's crazy. That's worth talking about though. Yeah, a lot of people right now are focused on Crawford, but they need to be focusing on Canelo leading into this fight. This man has a lot of stuff that has happened in the past, and I'm trying to figure out why this dude is still around. Oh, no wonder everybody been talking about Cunny and everything else. Yeah, this guy right here ain't no better. Yeah, this ain't no better. Yeah, so this trainer he has, um, he sold a variety of legal supplements to non-athlete members of the public who wish to take them in furtherance of their own fitness goals. I did not recommend any particular supplement to anybody. If
asked, told potential customers that everyone had different needs and requirements, and that they should talk to a doctor and do their own research before taking anything. He said, I closed this element of my business when I began to work with Mr. Alvarez to avoid the type of rumor that you apparently now seek to initiate. At no point, either before or since the beginning of my relationship with Mr. Alvarez, I have recommended or provided or sold any banned supplements to any fighter. Yeah. Everybody don't bring this dude up. Hey, why this dude name don't come up? His name gonna come up today. Why have I never heard of this guy? Oh man, look how big this guy is. Oh man, come on, man. Oh man, come on, bro. Come on, man. I know people don't know what I'm talking about. Wait, this dude got a picture with Canelo. This is horrible. What is that picture that I just seen? Oh, let me go back. Man, bro, you gotta get this dude out of Boston, man. I ain't lying. Oh, what's up, Wild Man? Yeah, man. I think you about the only one in here right now. Look, this guy right here. I'm about to go ahead and do this video ASAP. This right here is horrible. Dang, this is a dude who training Canelo right now. Hey, this Canelo nutritionist right here. I know this probably don't mean nothing to nobody right now, but they'll know what I'm talking about in a minute. That's his nutritionist right there. Same guy. Man. Yeah, I got a story. I gotta do a video. I'm gonna go ahead and do it in a minute. Yeah, the fight Saturday, so people understand what I'm saying Saturday. But yeah, this guy right here, I'm finna do a video on this guy. Why haven't I heard about this guy before? This dude, some of these pictures this guy got, nah, ain't no way. Man, this dude look huge in this picture. Man, he getting dudes huge out here. Yeah, I gotta talk about this. This unlike anything I've seen before. Yeah, they gotta make sure they have a clean fight this weekend. This guy right here is too big with Canelo. That ain't no regular coach. Yeah, I think they got boxing coming on tonight. I'm gonna sit around. I'm about to do some videos. I'll probably be back on later on. Yeah, shout out to Wild Man. I appreciate you coming through. I'll be back on here later on. I'm finna make this video real quick. I appreciate everybody for coming through though. I'll let you guys later on.